Welcome to the universe according to Virgil. In case you haven't guessed, I'm Virgil, and this is our universe. It's big, isn't it? There's lots of things in it, and everything is related to something else. That's a lot of relationships, no? Yes. That's what I'm here to tell you, that everything is connected. Everything. But I can't do this all alone. I drive myself crazy. And I don't even have a license. So to help me is my pal Cube. Cube, where are you?
I'm right here, Dr. Reality. I'll be helping with the presentation of information and data. I can show you pictures, movies, or diagrams. I can give you more information on any of the subjects the professor talks about.
Exactly. Bitch, where are you? This is one of the coolest cats that I know. And believe me, I used to hang with Miles. Now everybody's here. It's like a party, no? Yes, maybe. I don't know. Let's get started, okay? Come on. I love laboratories. This is where scientists make their greatest discoveries. And all you have to do is click on something and I'll tell you everything you need to know. Let's have a quick review. If you want to go to a room, you click on Factoid. He will take you. If you need information from an encyclopedia, you click on Cube. She will take you.
Alligator. Radio. Jurassic period, Cretaceous period, early train, whale, human skeleton.
The human skeleton does many things for us. It helps to protect us, to support us, and it allows bone doctors to make a living. Inside our bones is a very valuable substance called marrow. It produces red and white blood cells and helps to build our immune system. It also provides the body with calcium and phosphorus, which are essential to health. A skeleton is a healthy thing, but if it's in the closet, it can be pretty scary.
There are 206 bones in the adult human body, and 29 bones in the skull alone. The vertebral collar is made up of 26 bones, and the thorax is made up of 25. The upper extremities have 64 bones total, and the lower extremities have 62.
The areas where the bones meet, where they are connected, they are called joints. But there's not just one kind of joint. There's lots of crazy joints in the body.
In stationary joints, the bones and tissue are fused together.
Other joints, like in the vertebral column here on the back of my neck, they have fibrous attachments which allow them only a little bit of movement. And then, of course, we have the freely moving joints like this. Look, boy, I'm moving all my joints. This is one swinging joint, ain't it, Cube?
Yes, it is, Professor. And the hand is made of 27 bones linked together by cartilage and ligaments.
That's right. So the next time somebody says, give me 5, it's really 27. Give me 27.
Alligator.
You picked alligator. The word alligator comes from the Spanish word lagarto, which means lizard. The alligator is a reptile. Other examples of reptiles are turtles, lizards, and snakes.
All reptiles are cold-blooded. Their body temperature is controlled by their environment. This means that they get their warmth from things outside of themselves, like the sun, warm stones, and heated ground.
The temperature of our blood is 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. How cold do you think the blood of a reptile gets? Is it A, 65,000 degrees? Is it B, 240 degrees minus 0? Or is it C, 42 degrees Fahrenheit? What do you think? Human beings are mammals, not reptiles, and mammals are warm-blooded. This means that their body temperature is controlled from within their bodies instead of outside of their bodies like snakes and hot rocks. I I know of some alligators who found a strange way to adapt to their environment. Cube, help me find that video clip.
Humans aren't the only ones escaping the heat by shooting down water slides. Alligators are getting in the swim too. Watch this gator perform a perfect half gainer.
I guess these alligators decided what was good for humans was good enough for them. Here's another multiple choice question. There are alligators in only 2 countries in the world. See if you can find which one. Is it A, France and Germany, B, Costa Rica and Egypt, or C, the United States and China?
Radio. Cell theory. Telephone.
Hello, who is it? What do you mean guess? Does Alexander Graham Bell ring a bell? Of course, hello Alexander. It's Alexander Graham Bell who invented the telephone in 1870. Hold on, Alexander. Cube, how can we find out more about him?
Well, Professor, if they'd like to learn more about Alexander Graham Bell, you can go to the theater.
Boy, I got to go, Alexander. There's people that want to learn about the phone. Can you imagine what it was like before the telephone was invented? Everybody would have had to yell a lot!
People lived without telephones until Alexander Graham Bell invented the first one in the late 1870s. A teacher of the deaf, Bell's experiments with a telegraph that could send many signals at once over a single wire led to his discovery. You see, a telegraph generally sent just one signal through a wire, where the telephone would be able to send many.
Here's how the telephone works. When you talk into the mouthpiece, a little vibrating diaphragm translates your voice into electrical signals, which then pass through the wire and move until it goes into the receiver and the earpiece on the other end, where it pops out and is translated back as sound. Where am I? I think I dialed the wrong number.
Regular telephone wires carry about 13,000 calls simultaneously.
That's a lot of voices for such skinny wires.
Not when you compare them to microwaves. Microwaves can carry as many as 36,000 voices at once.
Of course, Cube is talking about microwave radiation and not microwave ovens. But if we're talking about microwave ovens, I'd rather have a potato cooked in a microwave oven than on a skinny wire. A recent study showed that there are 425 million telephones used in the world, and 2/5 of them are in the United States. That's over 160 million phones. That's a lot of numbers to memorize. Can you imagine how big that phone book would be? Oh, can somebody pick up line 2452? I think it's ringing off the hook.
Radio. Frog. Magnet.
Magnets are part of magnetism, which is part of electromagnetism, which is part of the electromagnetic spectrum, which includes visible light. Does it sound familiar? Of course, it's because we are all connected. But the connections of magnets and magnetism to our lives is very important. Without magnets, there would not be computers, television, electricity, radios, nothing. Let me tell you something. Magnets have a lot of pull. Think about the magnets that you put on your refrigerator. What makes them stick there? There's no glue or tape or staples or paper. What is it? Peanut butter?
A magnet is a piece of metal surrounded by an invisible force field. This invisible field either attracts or repels other magnetic objects. The magnets on your refrigerator are attracted to the metal on the refrigerator door. There are 2 types of magnets, permanent magnets and electromagnets. Permanent magnets always keep their magnetism.
Scientists believe that the Earth's magnetic field comes from the intense activity that takes place in the molten iron core.
And all magnets have a north pole and a south pole. The magnetic force flows between these two poles.
Tell me, Q, which is attracted to which? A North Pole to a barbershop pole? A South Pole to a lamp pole? Or the North Pole and the South Pole?
You're so silly, Professor. A North Pole and a South Pole is the correct answer. Opposite forces attract, while the two similar forces repel each other.
The biology song. The biology song. Everything's connected. Frog.
Frogs are amphibians. The word amphibia means both lives because they begin their lives in the water and live as adults both on the land and in the water, returning to the water to lay eggs. Not for breakfast, but for babies.
Other examples of amphibians are toads, salamanders, and newts. These creatures are the most primitive of all land vertebrates for two reasons. They must lay their eggs in water, and they don't have a shell.
Maybe that's why in fairy tales they were always turning people into toads and frogs. It's not a pretty picture.
Cell theory.
All living creatures are composed of cells. So, you can say that cells represent a common link between the diverse forms of life on our planet.
Cells grow, develop, and give rise to new cells. A plant cell contains the same cell organs, which are called organelles, as an animal cell. However, plant cells contain the organelle known as chloroplasts. Chloroplasts help the cell gain energy from sunlight in a process known as photosynthesis.
Plants lack a bone structure, so their cell walls are very rigid in order to support the plant. It is very easy to identify a plant cell by noting the symmetry in its cell wall structure. Animal cells are very wavy or amorphous, like jelly.
Animal and plant cells consist of a nucleus, which contains the cell's instructions called DNA. Animal cells also have mitochondria, which give energy to the cell as well as allow it to communicate with the surrounding cells.
Atoms. DNA and
The permanent instructions for making all the parts of your body comes from a chemical called DNA, or deoxyribonucleic acid. It is in every nucleus of almost every cell in your body.
RNA, specifically messenger RNA, is used to regulate which portion of the entire DNA gets expressed from each cell. Messenger RNA is a temporary copy of only a portion of your total DNA.
DNA can be thought of as a complete detailed blueprint of the entire building, while messenger RNA is a floor plan of a single room in that building.
fungi. Atoms.
All matter comes in four known forms: a solid, a liquid, a gas, and plasma. Here on Earth, we are familiar with solids, liquids, and gases. Atoms in solids are highly ordered, but are less ordered as liquids and even less so as gases.
Periodic table.
Each element in the periodic chart has an abbreviated symbol, so when the chemists are working with them, they don't have to write out the whole chemical. Some are easy, like H for hydrogen, C for carbon, and O for oxygen. Others are a little more tricky, like AU for gold and HG for mercury.
Every element in the periodic table has its own unique character, but if you arrange elements according to the size of their atoms, you begin to see some patterns.
This is what makes the periodic table of the elements so brilliant. It arranges elements in rows of ascending order according to the atomic number. The atomic number is the number of protons in the nucleus, which is usually the same as the number of electrons that are orbiting the nucleus. Here's a multiple choice question. On the right side of the periodic table, there are elements. It is group 8. Helium, neon, argon, krypton, xenon, and radon. They are called the noble gases. What's up with that? Is it A, because they are noble, they live in France and drink only wine? Is it B, because when they go out for dinner, they have noble at all? Or is it C, because the number of electrons in the outer shell is complete and they bond with no other elements? Cool! Dude, you are cooking now!
Flashlight.
A flashlight in the daytime doesn't seem that helpful, but at night it can be invaluable.
The flashlight was invented to focus and point light in a specific direction, not to mention to see in the dark.
Without batteries, the flashlight won't work. Unless you have a solar-powered flashlight, and then it would only work in the day, when you don't need it. To find out more, click on batteries.
Battery.
The first battery was invented by Count Alessandro Volta in 1800, using copper and zinc discs for electrodes and salt-soaked cloth to act as the electrolyte.
The electrodes are solid. They conduct electricity. The electrolyte is a liquid, and it conducts electricity between the electrodes. It also stores electricity.
Named after Count Volta, the volt is used to express an electrical unit. Today, the modern batteries in our flashlight, for example, are known as dry cells.
The carbon rod is the positive electrode, otherwise called the cathode. The zinc casing is the negative electrode, otherwise called the anode. Ammonium chloride paste is the electrolyte, through which the current flows. It runs out of the negative terminal into the source and then back to the positive terminal.
It has been said that some very unusual batteries were found near Baghdad, supposedly 2,000 years ago, and that they were capable of generating 1/2 volt of electricity. No formal explanation for their origin has been confirmed. Maybe they wanted them for electric insect trap. They could have done better to put lightning in a jar. One flash of lightning can have the voltage of 50 million batteries.
Largest cat. Tadpole.
Frogs begin life as tadpoles. They resemble fish more than they do frogs.
Tadpoles even breathe through gills like a fish. Before too long, a breathing hole opens in the tadpole's head. Eventually, the tail is absorbed for nutrition, and hind legs begin to appear where the tail once was.
When the front legs appear, the tadpole begins breathing to its mouth, using its lungs rather than its gills. This is when the tadpole completes its metamorphosis and is a full-fledged frog. A full-fledged frog. A full-fledged... Pitts, I need a glass of water. I think I got a frog in my throat.
Crocodile.
The crocodile is the same family as the alligator. Crocodiles have a narrower snout. When their mouths are closed, you can see 2 large teeth on the side. Here, you see? Now, say ah! Oh, boy, when their mouths are open, that's a lot more than 2 teeth. I'd hate to have your dental bill. 32, 33, 34 cube. How many teeth are in this mouth?
Well, Professor, adult crocodiles have 40 to 60 teeth in each jaw, which interlock when they close their mouths. Their jaws are so powerful that they can crush the bones of small animals.
Ouch! But when their jaws are open, they are so weak that I can close them with my hands. But don't try this at home!
Did you know that crocodiles are oviparous, meaning that they lay eggs? They usually lay between 20 to 90 eggs per year that are about the size of a lemon.
I love it when you say oviparous, Cube. That is part of the reason that they like the heat and the mud of the swamp. It's like a nursery.
I don't understand what that has to do with laying eggs, Professor.
Well, listen, I'll tell you. The crocodile mommy buries her eggs in the sand and mud. So then the sun shines down and heats up the mud and keeps it warm, which lets the eggs mature until eventually they hatch. Once they've hatched, the mother cares for her young, often carrying them in her mouth or leading them around. Isn't motherhood wonderful?
Fossil.
A fossil is any trace of a plant or an animal that has somehow been preserved in time.
Some of the oldest fossils that can be seen with the naked eye date back 3.5 billion years. They are the remains of one-cell algae called stomatolites.
If you were having a birthday party for a stomatolite, it would be 3.5 billion candles on the cake. So I hope he blows it out soon, because it's getting hot in here.
Fossils provide us with an evolutionary record of life on Earth. Although life did exist even before the oldest fossils, the organisms were soft-bodied and did not leave much in terms of imprints or remains.
It wasn't until the Paleozoic era, which was 570 million years ago, that creatures with skeletal parts and hard shells began to emerge. It was only then when we could find fossils, because there was something substantial to remain that we could find later.
A fossil can be a piece of bone, wood, or other material that has been replaced atom by minerals. It can also be a natural mold or cast of an organism, the imprint of an ancient creature, or an insect that has been trapped in the resin of a tree called amber.
Telegraph. Komodo dragon. Fungi.
Fungi is the plural of fungus. And they are parasites like mold or mildew or mushrooms. Now, what they do is they survive by living on dead organisms. Ugh, disgusting. They reproduce themselves by forming tiny spores which can be carried by the wind to another host site. Fungi have no chlorophyll and therefore do not photosynthesize.
Fungi can also be cultivated to create bacteria-fighting antibiotics. For example, penicillin is derived from fungi.
Smallest frog. Smallest frog.
The smallest frog in the world is the Smintholus limbatus. It is found in Cuba. Adults are usually less than half an inch long, so if you had a Smintholus limbatus frog lined up in a row, head to toe for 5 miles, you'd have a lot of little Cuban frogs.
Largest frog.
The largest frog in the world is from Equatorial Guinea. It's called the Goliath frog, because it's a big frog.
A female Goliath can weigh 7.5 pounds and reach 32 inches in length. This frog is very rare.
Most poisonous frog.
The most poisonous frog in the world lives in Western Colombia, and it's called the golden poison dart frog. Just the name is scary. It was discovered in 1973, and it's used to make poison darts by the natives to actually kill the monkeys that they have for breakfast. Sorry, it's the truth. Ugh.
The poison is secreted through its skin and is 20 times more powerful than that of any other known poisonous frog. An adult frog contains 1,800 micrograms of poison. That's enough to kill 1,400 people.
So if you see a frog like this in the punch bowl, tell everyone to have milk.
Frog. Komodo dragon.
Boy, the Komodo dragon. I love this guy. He's the world's largest lizard. And he can weigh up to 350 pounds. That's as heavy as 350 boxes of cereal. And he grows up to 10 feet long. That's about as long as a car. Oh, boy. An adult Komodo dragon can eat an animal the size of a goat at one time and spend an entire week digesting a meal.
Leather-backed turtle.
This is the leatherback turtle. It is the largest living marine reptile. The average turtle is 6 to 7 feet long and about 7 feet across the flippers. They weigh about 1,000 pounds, which is as much as a motorcycle, and spend most of their adult lives in the water.
Turtles have been living on the Earth for a very long time. We found turtle fossils that date back to the Triassic period, which was about 200 million years ago.
Boy, it seems that long since I've had a date myself. I had a date back in the Jurassic period. Oh, it seems that long. Oh boy, it's not easy being smart and little with red hair and big eyes. Who's going to like me besides you, Cube?
I like you, Professor.
Oh, Cube, you say the nicest things, 'cause I programmed you to. One of the reasons that the turtle has survived so long is because it's so well protected. In fact, the turtle is the most heavily armored animal to ever live.
Turtles have a hard shell that protects all the important organs in their bodies, and only their heads, necks, limbs, and tails stick out. The shells are quite hard and usually very thick, but because they have nerves embedded in them, they're still quite sensitive.
Reticulated python. Virus.
Viruses are tiny agents which can be seen only through an electron microscope. These infected agents can cause diseases in animals or plants. Viruses invade an organism and then use their cells as a factory to produce more viruses.
Most diseases caused by viruses have no known cure. The organism will either successfully defend itself or be crippled or die as a result of the infection.
Prevention of the infection using a vaccine is the only known method of stopping a virus from infecting an organism. Diseases that are caused by viruses include polio, the flu, measles, chickenpox, AIDS, and the common cold.
Bacteria.
Most bacteria are one-celled microorganisms which multiply by simple cell division. Bacteria are useful in human digestion, decomposing sewage, and fermentation. But bacteria can also cause diseases like anthrax, pneumonia, and tuberculosis.
Bacteria can be fought with antibiotics, and often these antibiotics are made from fungi.
Some bacteria are actually part of the kingdom of the monorans. Monorans lack a true nucleus, and many of the organelles which are the cell organs can be found in more sophisticated forms of life, like people who wear tuxedos.
Human skeleton.
The human skeleton does
Reticulated.
This is the reticulated python, which has nothing to do with Monty Python, which is another title. This is the longest snake in the world, and it can reach a length of up to 33 feet. It's called reticulated because reticulated refers to the net-like structure of veins that run through the body that look like the threads of a net.
This net helps the python to process its large meals. The python feeds on small animals, which it kills by wrapping itself around the animal and squeezing it to death.
Boy, nice image. So remember, never hug a python goodnight, no matter how much it begs you.
Professor, I've always found it interesting that the python can swallow an animal that seems to be wider than its own mouth. Their jaws can be disjointed, allowing them to stretch their mouths to accommodate the creature they're eating. And they have 6 rows of teeth, 2 on each side of the upper jaw and 1 on each side of the lower jaw.
That's right, Cube. And those teeth help them to swallow. The rows of teeth move back and forth and help to work the food into the mouth. Most food is swallowed quickly, but a really large meal can take several hours. And the big pythons can swallow an animal that weighs up to 150 pounds.
Telegraph.
Before the telephone, people used the telegraph to communicate over long distances.
In 1837, an American named Samuel Morse invented the first electrical instruments for telegraphic transmission.
That's right. It was a very complicated device where the cube... Tell them, please.
Morse's system used a key to shut off an electric current. Pressing the key in patterns created pulses that were sent over a single wire to another key that would then tap out the coded message. During his experimentation, Morse discovered that past 20 miles, the signals grew too weak to be recorded.
That could be a problem, especially if you wanted to communicate with someone who was 40 miles away.
He was able to solve that problem later on. Lots of careful thought and complicated equipment went into the telegraph, but it was just too expensive for everyone to have.
Which is good for us because it led to the development of the telephone, which is really important. Oops, sorry, got to go. Hello?
Fiber optic cable.
Fiber optic cables are made from multiple strands of fine glass. Photons, or particles of light, pass through the glass, so they can send signals much quicker than electrons in wires.
And these cables can carry more voices at the same time, and with much greater speed than other methods, not to mention that the sound is much clearer.
Hello, Cube. Did you know the first fiber optic cable was laid in 1983?
That's pretty impressive, Professor.
Radio.
I love to listen to the radio when I drive. The first radio was invented in 1896, and today in the United States there are over 2 radios for every person, which means we can all listen in stereo.
With that many radios, it makes sense that the United States has the most radio stations of any country in the world.
Cube, let me tell you something. The United States has over 11,000 radio stations. That's a lot of AM and FM, if you know what I mean. Tell them how it works.
Okay, Professor. To understand how sound is transmitted by radio waves, we should start with a microphone. Sound waves cause a device inside the microphone to vibrate. The vibrations then produce an electric current. This current is converted into radio waves by a transmitter. As the radio waves exit the transmitter, they are sent into the atmosphere by an antenna.
Now something is strange here, Cube. The waves continue to disperse all through space. What traps them?
There's an antenna on the other radio receiving the signal. This antenna picks up the radio waves and sends them to its receiver, where the waves are converted back into an electrical current. This then makes a speaker vibrate to produce the sound.
I've got it! That sound is transmitted and then it's transferred into a sound that comes back into the speaker and we hear the noise. It's so simple.
Telephone. Radio waves.
Radio waves are only one part of the electromagnetic spectrum. This was first understood by James Clerk Maxwell in 1860.
That's right, Cube. There were radio waves, visible light, infrared waves, ultraviolet waves, X-rays, gamma rays. All of these rays combined to make the electromagnetic spectrum. The problem was, when the radio waves were first discovered, there were no radio stations to broadcast. Talk about a bummer.
In 1896, an Italian engineer named Guglielmo Marconi patented a telegraph system that sent signals through the air via radio waves and a radio transmitter. This technique became known as wireless telegraphy, since no wires were needed to hook the sending and receiving equipment together.
In 1906, the first radio signal was sent by... What was his name, Cube?
Reginald Fessenden, Professor.
That's it! When Mr. Fessenden made the first radio broadcast, everybody was so surprised because they thought they were going to hear Morse code. These little beeps of dots and dashes. Dot, 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 dash, dash, dash. It's not that interesting. So you can imagine how astonished and surprised they were when the operators heard the sound of music. Think of all the commuters today who are safe from being bored to death by listening to the radio. Don't turn that dial.
Radar.
Radar works by sending out a signal at the speed of light. The signal is bounced off an object, and the time it takes the signal to return tells us how far away the object is. This method is similar to sonar. However, sonar travels at the speed of sound, so it is much slower.
In 1934, Henri Gotton developed a magnetron in France. His invention was then sent to England, where the magnetron played an important role in the future of radar systems. During the same time, Pierre David was completing his own experiments in France. He developed an electromagnetic system for detecting aircraft up to 3.1 miles away.
A team of researchers continued to work on radar during the beginning of World War II. Sir Robert Watson Watt was in charge of a group which completed the invention of radar. Their system became an important part of the anti-aircraft defense system during the Battle of Britain.
Sonar.
In 1915, a Frenchman named Paul Lanvin developed a system for detecting icebergs, and we call it sonar. It's an acronym. Each letter stands for a word. Cube, tell them.
Well, Professor, the name comes from the Americans who used it in World War II. It stands for sound, navigation, and ranging.
Exactly. And now please tell them how sonar works.
Of course, Professor. First, regular pulses of sound energy are sent through the water. Once they hit an object, they're reflected and an echo travels back. The time that elapses between when the pulses were sent and when the echo is received indicates how far away the object is.
Shortly after Lanvin developed his system for detecting icebergs, a man from Wisconsin adapted the sonar to search for submarines. By the 1920s, developments for sonar were well underway in England.
By 1939, sonar was installed in 200 British Navy destroyers, and it proved very useful to the British and Americans near the end of World War II.
People aren't the only ones to use sonar. Dolphins also use it. Their nasal passages emit clicks that allow them to detect objects in the ocean.
Radio. Largest cat.
The largest cat is the tiger. A male tiger can be 9 feet long with a 3-foot tail and can weigh over 500 pounds. That's the kind of cat you want to have for a friend.
The tiger is the largest member of the cat family and is classified with the lion, the leopard, and the jaguar.
Here's a fat cat. In 1988, a 10-year-old domestic cat weighed in at over 46 pounds. Hey, diddle diddle, this cat ain't so little. He should cut back on the kitty piddle.
Smallest cat.
The smallest breed of domestic cat is the Singapura of Singapore. Adult males average 6 pounds and adult females only 4 pounds. What a cute kitty cat. But the smallest cat on record is not the Singapura. It's actually a Himalayan Persian cat measuring 2.5 inches tall and 7.5 inches long. Oh, it's so cute. Meow. Ah, it bit me, that little cute cat.
Fastest cat.
The fastest land animal on Earth is the cheetah. It can run 60 miles per hour. It's beautiful if it ever slows down enough for you to see it.
Largest cat. Flashlight. Synthetics.
The chances of you knowing someone who owns something synthetic is pretty good. As a matter of fact, there's a good chance you're wearing something synthetic right now. Synthetics like plastic and nylon do not occur naturally in nature. Scientists have to make them. Cube can show you some examples.
Firemen can breathe a little easier now that they can dress for success in asbestos suits. Looks like complete safety is in the cards for these firefighters. Well done, boys. From the fashion capitals of Europe come this season's chic new style, oui, cellophane dresses. They not only look good, but also seal in freshness. These women have been refrigerated for 2 weeks and still haven't gone bad. Science marches on. In a Pasadena, California lab, something called elastic water has been created. Here a student is using a scissor to cut the water.
Atoms. Electric motor.
An electric motor converts electrical energy into mechanical energy. So, that means that when you plug in your clock, the electrical energy is converted to the mechanical energy which makes the hands of your clock move around.
In an electric motor, electrical energy flows into a wire loop situated in a magnetic field. The interaction of the electrical energy and the magnetic field moves the armature, which spins the shaft around. The shaft goes outside the motor, and its spinning is mechanical energy.
That's right. So the reaction between the electromagnetic field and the armature keeps getting pushed and pushed and pushed, which turns the armature, and then that can be attached to gears or axles to drive wheels or lift water or do anything you want.
Flashlight. Encyclopedia. Generator. Plant fossil.
Although plants decay, they leave behind a trace of carbon, the element symbolized by C. When lots of leaves pile up and push down on one another for millions of years, we get coal, which, as you know, can keep you warm in the winter or draw a mustache on your sister.
Generator.
A generator works on the same principle as a motor, except it's in reverse. In the motor, we translate electricity into motion, but in the generator, we translate motion into electricity.
Steam engine.
A lot of you may say, a steam engine, that's easy. It runs on steam. Well, that's true, but it's a little more complicated. Right, Cube?
That's right, Professor. The steam engine came long before electricity and relies on heat energy. Water is placed in a container called a boiler. Down below, flames from burning wood, charcoal, or oil heat the water to produce steam.
Sometimes I like to take a steam bath. I sit in a room with other people and sweat, but that's a different story. Continue, Cube.
Of course, Professor. Pressure builds in the container and is diverted to drive pistons that turn a crankshaft. The crankshaft can be hooked up to drive wheels or factory production lines.
Or perhaps to the canal locks in Smethwick, England, where James Watt designed the steam engine to drive the huge locked doors. The doors weren't always locked, otherwise they wouldn't open. But if you locked a locked door, what would you need to unlock it? A key lock or a locky? It would be a lucky lackey that would open the door for a locked locky.
Diesel engine.
Cube, follow me on this one. We can talk about diesel engines, or we can talk about internal combustion engines. Let's see. Internal combustion engines use explosions caused by igniting gas to drive pistons. That's a big step beyond the steam engine. But what about internal combustion engines am I missing?
Well, most vehicles run on gasoline and have internal combustion engines. These are what we call spark ignition engines, where sparks ignite gasoline trapped in the engine cylinder. The explosions then propel the pistons downward.
That's right. And the continuous explosions makes the pistons turn the crankshaft, which turns the axle, which turns your wheel, which makes your car go vroom. And the explosions of these pistons is what makes all that noise.
Diesel engines are unlike internal combustion engines because they don't have spark plugs.
Diesel engines are what we call compression ignition engines. The heat to ignite the diesel fuel is provided by the compressed air at the top of the crankshaft, the air gets so compressed by the pistons that it gets hot enough and boom, it explodes.
Atomic energy.
In a letter to Roosevelt in 1939, 6 years before the first successful detonation of an atomic bomb, Einstein had begun to recognize the extraordinary capabilities of nuclear power.
Some recent work leads me to expect that the element uranium may be turned into a new and important source of energy in the immediate future. And it is conceivable extremely powerful bombs of a new type may thus be constructed. With a lot of government funding behind them, a highly skilled team began to work on building the first atomic weapon. The first nuclear reaction took place in 1942 and was allowed to last for 28 minutes. It sounds like a super group. Fermi, Bohr, Meitner, and Oppenheimer. Either that or a law office. Either way, these scientists changed the world forever.
By 1945, the work of the world's most renowned physicists had come together. Enrico Fermi, Niels Bohr, Lise Meitner, Robert Oppenheimer, and several others had succeeded in creating the first atomic bomb.
Electric motor. Dinosaur.
The word dinosaur comes from the Greeks. It means terrible lizard, and it refers to the large extinct reptiles that used to live here on the Earth 230 to 65 million years ago. If you're a dinosaur, you didn't think you were terrible. You probably thought you were pretty cool. Just because the name terrible lizard means dinosaur doesn't mean that dinosaurs weren't a lot like people.
That might be a new theory, Professor.
You know, there were all sizes of dinosaurs. Big ones and little ones, some that ran and some that walked, and some that were mean and some that not too mean at all. Well, okay, they were all pretty mean, but they didn't all eat other creatures.
That's true. Some just ate plants. In fact, the plant eaters were the largest dinosaurs.
Well, so much for the theory that eating salads can help you lose weight.
We know that the last dinosaurs died out 65 million years ago. They ruled the world for more than 160 million years.
160 million years! That is a very long time, especially when you consider that human fossils have only been around for 3.8 million years.
The first dinosaur remains to be discovered consisted of a few teeth and bones. They were found in Sussex, England in 1822.
Some of the earliest findings were actually believed by people to be monsters and demons. Tell them about that, Q.
Some ancient people thought that the enormous fossil bones they stumbled upon were the remains of dragons and giants. As late as 1725, one German scientist thought that he had proven the existence of Noah's Ark and the Great Flood with a fossil he had been studying.
He suggested that the fossil had come from the skeleton of a person who had drowned in the Great Flood.
Later, that fossil proved to be the remains of a giant salamander.
A giant salamander!
Insect fossil.
Some of the most complete fossils ever discovered are the little insect bodies that have been preserved in resin from trees or amber.
One fossilized species of insect is related to the modern dragonfly. It has a wingspread of more than 2 feet.
The earliest known insect fossils are 400 million years ago. They were little wingless bugs that were found in the Devonian period.
Fish fossil.
About 700 million years ago, the first multicellular animals appeared in the sea. They were creatures without backbones, like worms and jellyfish. Then, about 500 million years ago, new animals populated the oceans.
These animals didn't have jaws or fins, but they did have backbones, which made them the first vertebrates. They are the ancestors of today's fish, and we know about them because of their fossil remains.
Tooth bone fossil. Tooth bone.
The tooth of a Tyrannosaurus rex measures up to 7 inches long. If you found one of these, you could use it for a ruler if you didn't want to measure more than 7 inches.
Under most conditions, the soft tissue of an animal rots away, leaving behind the bones and teeth, which can then be preserved under the right conditions. Paleontologists spend long hours carefully removing the bones from Earth so that they can be reassembled to teach us about the past.
In places where it's very cold, sometimes they find animals that are frozen in ice. These are the most well-preserved of all the fossils. And sometimes, if they cut open the stomach, they find that there are still things inside. Ugh, disgusting. What's that, a peach? In the early Renaissance, during the 1300s, people actually thought that fossils were here on Earth because Satan the devil was trying to trick them. But there were too many smart people to go for such hooky-pooky.
That's right, Professor. When Leonardo da Vinci found marine fossils on top of some mountain, he determined that those mountains must have been submerged underwater at one time in the past. As early as the late 1600s, the British scientist Robert Hooke recognized that fossils were the remains of living creatures. He also saw that these creatures were different from the ones that were alive in his day.
But the true nature of fossils was not largely understood until the late 1800s. At this time, geologists began to theorize that maybe the Earth had been around for a lot longer than we had thought. Aha! Maybe even long enough for many different forms of life to have lived, and for some of them to have become extinct. Bye-bye. So, you see, like everything in science, it was discovery after discovery after discovery that we came to understand the true nature of fossils.
Fossil. Light bulb.
In 1879, Thomas Edison invented the incandescent light bulb. Thanks, Thomas! Incandescent means that the filament glows white hot because of the electricity that's trying to get through the coils. I think it's his brightest idea.
At the same time that Edison was working on his light bulb, Sir Joseph Swan in England created his own version. But Edison is still credited with developing the first commercially practical incandescent lamp.
Did you know that Thomas Edison only went to school for 3 months? That was it. When he was 12 years old, he quit school and began selling newspapers. Sounds like an easy life. But remember, Thomas Edison said, genius is 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. That's a lot of showering time.
If you would like to learn more about Thomas Edison and his life, you can find out about him in the theater.
Cotton filament.
When you turn on a light bulb, did you ever wonder what it is that's glowing inside? It's a tightly coiled spiral filament.
As the electricity flows through the tightly wrapped coil of the filament provides resistance and it starts to glow. The filament that Edison used was made from a burnt piece of cotton sewing thread. Before he arrived at the thread, he tried a number of other substances that didn't work, like hair, tar, and wire.
Look, Cube, when I hold this glass of water up to the light, it makes a rainbow. Look at all the colors.
That's right, Professor. Every color in the rainbow exists in the white light that you see from a light bulb. You can find out more about this when you click on the rainbow and the prism.
Light is a fascinating thing, and its waves can be measured in tiny, 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 tiny little things they call angstroms. Angstroms are a very small unit of measurement, approximately 1/25 billionth of an inch. Here's a multiple choice question. Why are light bulbs called incandescent? Is it A, because whenever they get incandescent, they can't see what the dentist is doing? Or is it B, because when they're incandescent, they can't take the can back to the descent. Or is it C, incandescent means light produced by heating?
Tungsten filament. Tungsten filament.
Tungsten is the 74th element in the periodic table of the elements. It is the symbol W. The filament inside modern light bulbs is made of tungsten, and it gives off a beautiful white light. The only problem is it doesn't last forever, but that's not a problem to the people who sell you light bulbs, is it? Here's a multiple choice question. Edison originally used a cotton natural fiber for his filament. Today's light bulbs use tungsten. Why is tungsten valuable? Is it A, because it rhymes with Monkston? Is it B, because it rhymes with Stungsten? Or is it C, because tungsten is a metal that doesn't melt until it reaches 6,098 degrees Fahrenheit?
Rainbow.
Not only is the rainbow beautiful, but it shows us that light is made of many beautiful colors, and each has a different frequency. Just like the stations on your radio dial, or like the notes on a scale, the colors of the rainbow are red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Rainbows are special because we don't get to see them every day. You can only see them after you've had a bologna sandwich. Ah, you're right. That's not the truth. You can only see them at the end of a rainstorm or in the spray of a waterfall. This is because when the sunlight enters a raindrop, the water bends the white light into colored light and then reflects the color back out towards your eye. But you have to be standing in just the right place so that the angle between you and the droplet and the sun is equivalent to between 40 and 42 degrees.
Prism.
A prism is a triangle-shaped piece of glass that bends light waves differently depending on the wavelength of the light. The droplets of water in a rainbow act just like little prisms, and they break the light down into the colors of the rainbow. Do you know who first explained this phenomenon of rainbows and prisms? Tell us, Cube.
It was Sir Isaac Newton, 1666.
That is correct. And tell me, what is different about a ray of red light and a ray of violet light? Why are they different?
Two factors determine the color of the light, the wavelength and the frequency. The amount that light is bent when it strikes a raindrop or a prism depends upon its wavelength. For example, violet light is bent more than the red light.
That is right. And when you look at an object that is red, it is red because the red frequencies are being bounced back to your eye, and all the other colors are being absorbed. When you look at a black object, it looks black to you because it's absorbing all of the colors of the spectrum, and something that's white is reflecting all the colors of the spectrum. It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Light wave theory.
In the early part of the 20th century, a great debate took place about the nature of light.
It is impossible to see light being created at the subatomic level, so scientists have spent a great deal of time speculating as to what must be occurring by looking at how light behaves in our world.
Scientists noticed that light sometimes behaves like a particle and sometimes behaves like a wave. Very confusing. Let me tell you more about this. When light behaves as a particle, it's like shooting ping-pong balls against a wall. The ping-pong balls can bounce off the wall just like light can bounce off a mirror. But when light behaves as a wave, it's like dropping a rock into a swimming pool, and little waves emanate out from the point of entry. So you see, light can behave as a particle or as a wave.
Electromagnet.
In an electromagnet, magnetism is produced. Then an electric current flows through a wire, which is wound around an iron bar. Unlike permanent magnets, electromagnets work only when the electrons are flowing through the wire to create a magnetic field.
Superconductor.
Pete, do you know what a superconductor is? Those are all very good conductors, but they aren't superconductors. A superconductor is a special material that is supercooled so that the electricity that is flowing through it does it with almost no resistance. Resistance is like sliding down a sliding board that's made of concrete. You would get to the bottom, but you would leave a lot of your bottom on the slide. If the slide was coated with ice, you would slide right down with very little resistance. And that is what the electrons do in an object that is made of superconductive material.
Superconductivity was discovered in the early 1900s by a Dutch physicist named Heike Kamerlingh Onnes. He was able to supercool mercury with liquid helium and found that there was little or no resistance to the flow of electricity through the metal.
Magnetic north.
The Earth has two magnetic poles, a magnetic north and a magnetic south. But for some reason, the magnetic poles of the Earth switch places. What do you think of that?
That's very interesting, Professor, although it doesn't happen very often. These reversals occur on an average once every 200,000 years.
Which means it doesn't look like we'll be seeing it happen too often. But there have been 22 reversals of the polarity of the Earth's magnetic field in the last 4.5 million years. Now, we cannot see an invisible magnetic field. So how do we know that it happens? Cube, tell them.
Scientists know that these shifts occur from studying the results of lava flow on the seafloor. As lava cools, the metal within it aligns with Earth's magnetic north. Scientists have found a zebra-like pattern in the hardened lava, which indicates polar shifts.
I hope it doesn't affect my credit card.
Plant. Compass.
Compasses can rescue people when they are lost.
Or prevent people from getting lost in the first place.
A compass always points to the magnetic north, which, by the way, is not always the geographic north, which is the place at the very top of the globe. This is because magnetic north is about 12 degrees off of the north axis, and the axis is the line on which the Earth rotates. So, you see, a compass is a good use of a magnet. In a compass, the magnet is allowed to pivot freely at its midsection, and it will always orient itself in line with the Earth's magnetic north and south, because, of course, a magnet has two poles, just like the Earth. It's beautiful, isn't it?
If you'd like to make a simple compass of your own, you can visit the junk drawer.
Smallest dinosaur. Flashlight.
A flashlight in the daytime doesn't seem that helpful, but at night it can be invaluable.
The flashlight was invented to focus and point light in a specific direction, not to mention to see in the dark.
Without batteries, the flashlight won't work, unless you have a solar-powered flashlight, and then it would only work in the day, when you don't need it. To find out more, click on batteries.
Airplane. Smallest dinosaur.
Contrary to how we usually think of them, not all dinosaurs were huge. In fact, some were no larger than a chicken. A dinosaur Compsognathus, for example, was only 29.5 inches long and weighed just 15 pounds. Here, boy!
Largest dinosaur.
The first dinosaurs were small and lightly built, but over millions of years they grew to colossal sizes. Some dinosaurs were so big they could have eaten dinner from the roof of a 3-story building.
Plant-eating dinosaurs were the largest, reaching up to 100 feet in length and weighing up to 160,000 pounds. The meat-eaters tended to be smaller and ran on their hind legs.
The largest dinosaurs of all belonged to the family of sauropods. They were the big, long-necked, plant-eating dinosaurs like Apatosaurus and Brachiosaurus. Just to say that makes my throat itch. Brachiosaurus. Brachiosaurus. Cube, get me some water.
Right away, Professor.
Boy, sometimes you gotta drink. As a matter of fact, all times. You should have 8 glasses of water a day.
Fiercest dinosaur.
Tyrannosaurus rex was the last of the carnivores. He's generally thought to be the most ferocious of all the dinosaurs. I think both his bark and his bite was pretty mean.
Although he wasn't the biggest of the dinosaurs, T-Rex was an average of 50 feet long and 18 feet high.
That means if he were to come up to your house, his knee would be in line with your first floor window. Tyrannosaurus rex had an enormous 5-foot-long head and extremely powerful jaws with sharp teeth the size of heavy butcher knives.
If he'd been alive when humans were around, he could probably have swallowed one of them whole.
Here's a multiple choice question. What's another word for meat eating? Is it A, beef, B, stewy, or C, carnivorous?
Hourglass. Phonograph.
The first recording of our human voice was in 1877. And do you know what that voice said? I'll give you a clue. It will be like a text. Was it 2 cheeseburgers, fries, and a chocolate shake? Was it Mayday, Mayday, any day? Was it Mary had a little lamb, little lamb? See, it was the first words recorded by Thomas Edison as he spoke into his phonograph.
Edison invented the first phonograph, also known as the record player, in 1877. The machine recorded sound as etchings on a foil cylinder. Later, wax cylinders replaced the foil cylinders.
Edison's cylinders were used in the home and for radio broadcasting, both in the United States and overseas, all the way into the 1920s. These were the first records. At first, Edison thought that his phonograph would be more useful as an office dictating machine. But 10 years later, it was used for the greatest singers of the world.
Eventually, the cylinders were replaced by wax discs. The phonograph grew more popular in the United States, largely thanks to the Columbia Gramophone Company and the Victor Talking Machine Company.
They employed the greatest singers of the time throughout the United States and Europe to record a huge repertoire of their music.
RPM.
Some of the most popular records were called 33s, which really stood for 33 and 1/3, which was the number of revolutions the record would make on the turntable in 1 minute.
These LP, or long playing records, were followed by 45 revolution per minute discs, known as 45s. To separate the two, they put big holes in the 45s.
The 45 revolution per minute led to the whole rock and roll revolution, which was revolutionary because you could look through the middle of the record like this.
Sound waves. Sound waves.
Did you know that sound travels in waves? Not like the ocean waves, but still waves. Sound travels faster in water than it does in air. This is because water is denser than air. That means that the molecules are closer together, so the sound waves can vibrate more actively.
The feature of a sound wave that makes it loud or soft is called the amplitude, and the property of the wave that makes it high or low is called its frequency or pitch. By changing amplitude and frequency, we can synthesize sound.
Microphone.
Although the first microphones were invented way back in 1875, they didn't really become practical until the early 1920s.
A microphone works with vibration, much like a speaker does. Inside a microphone, a diaphragm vibrates in response to sound waves. These vibrations are translated into electromagnetic signals, which can be recorded or transmitted.
Phonograph. Wheel.
The wheel is probably the most important mechanical invention of all time. Just ask anyone who's tried to drive to work on squares. The first wheel for a vehicle appeared over 5,000 years ago in what used to be Mesopotamia, but is now called Iraq.
Before the invention of the vehicular wheel, people used wheels to make pottery. The potter's wheel was invented some 7,000 years ago.
A potter's wheel is flat and spins horizontally. In the old days, someone would spin it with their hands, but in 1800, a little foot pedal was invented. This caused the wheel to spin, and the ball of clay that was in the middle could be shaped up into beautiful pottery.
The original wheel for a cart was solid and wooden. It was mounted on a round axle and secured by wooden pins. It wasn't for another 1,000 years that spoke wheels appeared, after sections of the solid wood were carved out to reduce the wheel's weight.
You can see how important the wheel is. It really is. And some wheels are used for crazy things, like roller skating horses. This one didn't take place till 1955. This cracks me up. Cube roll.
Here's a horse of a different color. Meet Jimmy, the world's only roller skating horse. It looks like Jimmy's really feeling his oats.
Boy, that's pretty good for 4 legs. I can't do that good on 2.
Plant.
I'm so glad that you clicked here, because we're going to talk about one of my favorite things, and that's plant life. I love plant life. Do you know why? Time's up. I'll tell you why. Plants help us to use sunlight, because they help to make sugar. That's right. Plants change the sunlight into sugar by a process called photosynthesis. Stored plant sugars are used in different forms of food: clothing, chemicals, medicine, just to name a few examples of the byproducts of plants.
Bits, do you know where the greatest abundance of the Earth's plant life occurs?
No, Pete, it's not in the salad bar. Plus, those are croutons.
It actually occurs in the oceans. Almost 85% of the plants on Earth are aquatic.
Gee, they should put salad bars in the ocean. Seaweed bars for sushi freaks who can't go out at night because they're agoraphobic.
First automobile.
The first automobile to carry people was built in 1801. Before that, I don't know what they carried around. In 1909, Henry Ford rolled out the first Model T. This was the first car to be mass-produced on an assembly line using interchangeable parts.
Ford sold 15 million Model Ts before it changed the design in 1927. In 1909, a car cost you $950, and that went down to $290 by 1926. The standardization process made car parts interchangeable, which meant that they could be assembled faster and easier. This made them a lot cheaper to buy.
Want to hear something strange? In 1930, 2 Americans drove a 1929 Model A Ford from New York to Los Angeles. Want to know why it was really strange? Cube, you tell them.
Well, they actually drove it the entire way in reverse. When they backed in 42 days later, they had driven 7,180 miles backwards.
Boy, I've heard of doing things backwards, but that's ridiculous.
After the Model T was invented, the attempts to create something that moved faster than a horse and carriage did not stop. But unfortunately, most of these attempts failed.
Forgive me if I think it's funny, but some of these things are just a hoot. Look at this. This car was powered by air.
What will they think of next? This strange-looking car can reach a speed of 80 miles per hour, and it doesn't require gasoline. It runs on air. It's the perfect vehicle for politicians since they also run on hot air.
This is a motorcycle that really got around. Talk about adapting to your environment.
For the man who thought he had everything, take a look at this, an amphibious motorcycle. Now your Kawasaki can be a Kawasoki.
This is what people in 1955 thought that the car of the future would look like.
New Yorkers thought they'd seen it all until this baby drove into town. It's called the Futura and features a see-through top, so pigeons can see what they're hitting.
Even back in 1938, they were trying to create the car of tomorrow. But look at it. It's definitely the car of yesterday today.
It looks silly today, but its inventor claims this is the car of tomorrow, which you can pay for monthly and regret forever.
Electric car. Coldest temperature plant.
The plants that are designed to withstand the coldest temperatures on the Earth are located in Antarctica. There are mosses that withstand frigid temperatures averaging minus 72 degrees Fahrenheit, as well as algae that grows on the snow and gives a pink-green hue. Can somebody bring me some coffee?
Electric car.
If you compare the electric car to a gasoline-burning car, you'd see that the electric ones are cheaper, they don't pollute, and they're much more quiet.
So why don't we have more electric cars? Because it's very hard to get a cord that's long enough. Ha! Just kidding. The reason is because the batteries that run the electric cars must be charged regularly. And these charging periods take a lot longer than filling up a gas tank.
Electric cars are more friendly to our environment. Recently, we've made significant progress in creating cars that run cleaner. But way back in 1932, they actually invented a car that ran on steam. Here, let me show you the video.
Here's a car that's got it all. It runs on steam and coal and has a smokestack on the hood. Add the sporty cafeteria option, and you've got yourself your very own factory.
Boy, a car that runs on steam. Just think. You could drive to work and cook your hot dog at the same time. How do you suppose they started it? Did they use a key or just light a match?
Carnivorous plant.
The Venus flytrap is one of several carnivorous plants, including the sundew and the pitcher plant. They eat and digest bugs. Ugh! They're designed to ingest animal material because they live in nutrient-poor soil, so they have to get extra. Imagine if your mother wasn't a good cook and you had to go into the backyard and eat bugs. Ugh!
The Venus flytrap is found near bogs and grows to be about 12 inches tall. It has small white flowers and leaves with spines in the shape of a trap. When an insect lands on the trap to eat the sweet, sticky fluid that the plant releases, the leaf snaps shut around it. The soft tissues that line the trap contain glands, and juices released from those glands digest the creature.
In a pitcher plant, the leaves are like tubes lined with tiny hairs that point downward into the bottom. Once an insect goes inside, it slips and can't get out again. It falls into the bottom where there's a disgusting juice that is ziches and it puts us and Hello, Cube. I have a question for you. What kind of car runs on the element with only one proton?
Well, Professor, that would be a hydrogen car. Experimental hydrogen cars have already been built, although you probably won't see one on the street for some time yet. And in these cars, they actually burn hydrogen to fuel.
And if you're worried about pollution, don't! Because when hydrogen burns, it just makes water. The exhaust is just water. Thirsty? No, just exhausted. Okay, here's a multiple choice question. In California, a law was passed that by 1998, 3% of all cars would be non-gasoline burning. Why would Californians pass a law like this? Is it A, because they like to vote on lots of things? Is it B, because they like to have sardines and mustard together? Or is it because electric and hydrogen cars don't pollute the atmosphere?
Biggest plant.
In 1922, a network of quaking aspen trees was discovered in Utah. The network was growing from a single root system which covered 106 acres and weighed an estimated 6,600 tons. This is considered to be the world's most massive organism. No wonder the aspens were quaking.
Smallest plant.
The smallest flowering and fruiting plant is the floating aquatic duckweed. It weighs 1/1000th of an ounce, and its fruit, which is a little tiny thing, only weighs 1/400,000th of an ounce. It's the perfect fruit for someone who's on a weight reduction plan.
Flowering plants, which are called angiosperms, are the dominant form of plant life on Earth. Although about 230,000 species are known, many unknowns are still remaining.
Hourglass. Sundial.
Sundials go back to 1500 BC. That's 3,500 years ago. Before that, there were only two times, nighttime and daytime. Then, about 2,600 years ago, Anaximander introduced the sundial to Greece. "Hello, Greece, here's the sundial," he said. 10 people started using it, and they realized that they had been late for years. They just didn't know it.
Anaximander was a philosopher, astronomer, and mathematician born in Miletus, which is now part of Turkey. Why don't you explain how the sundial measures time, Professor?
I thought you'd never ask. When the sun shines on a sundial, it casts a shadow. Now, the sundial has two parts, the gnomon and the dial plane. The gnomon makes the shadow on the dial plane, which is marked with the times of the day. If you explore the junk drawer, you'll find things to make a simple sundial. Some sundials, however, you'd never find in my junk drawer because they would be too big to fit. Right, Q?
That's right, like the sundial at the Walt Disney World headquarters in Florida. It is the largest sundial in the world, and it stands 120 feet tall with a base that measures 122 feet across.
That's some big sundial, I bet.
Encyclopedia. Stonehenge.
Stonehenge is a very perplexing and fascinating monument because we really don't understand what it represents. It is located in England and was built about 5,000 years ago. But, like I said, we don't really understand what it means.
Scientists have a few different ideas. It might have been a place of worship, it might have been a lunar calendar, or it might have been built to predict eclipses.
Sure, and it might have been an amusement park, 6 Flags Over England.
Stonehenge is surrounded by a circular ditch 304 feet in diameter and 5 feet deep. If you walked around it, you'd have to walk 954 feet.
954 feet, that's the length of 3 football fields.
That's right, Professor. The monument itself has an outer circle of stones, 100 feet in diameter. These are large sandstone blocks called sarsen stones. They weigh over 50 tons, and it's estimated that about 550 men were needed to drag them into place.
Now, inside the outer circle of stones are groupings of smaller stones, at the very center of which lies another big slab of sandstone that is known as the altar stone. I haven't seen this many stones since Bill Wyman came over. There isn't anything else like this in the world. Here's a question. It's always been important to have calendars so we know when the seasons are. Why is it important? A, so you know when to shop for holiday presents? B, so you know when to get sunscreen and your bathing suit together? Or C, so you know when to plant and harvest the crops?
Hourglass.
We used the clock to measure time, like your watch. But over the ages, there have been many ways that man has used to mark the passage of time. One of the earliest was the hourglass. It used flowing sand moving from one glass chamber to another to measure how much time had gone by.
And the ancient Chinese measured time by burning a rope with knots in it. They kept track of time according to how long it took for the fire to burn from one knot to the next.
But it would be pretty tough to be on time if you had to have a burning rope hanging from your wrist. What time is it? Ah! Thank you, Bits. Another ancient device was the clepsydra, or water clock. It measured water flowing into a bowl with marks on the side. Some used an object floating on top of the water. The Greeks and Romans used this device to measure the length of speeches made in court.
And it was actually a version of the water clock that led to the mechanical clock.
When you say mechanical clock, you mean the wind-up kind, with a little springs, right, Cube?
That's true, Professor.
Mechanical clock.
The earliest clocks invented had only one hand, and they could only tell time by the quarter hour, so it was very difficult to know exactly what time it was.
So people had to tell time in very broad terms, as you can see in their name for clocks back then.
So don't tease me, Cube. Tell me already, what was the name for clock back then?
It was horologium, which means hour teller. Today we need a clock to tell us a lot more than just what hour it is. And so in the 1500s, we added the minute hand.
Horologium. Cube, do you know what the origin of the word clock is?
Well, Professor, I think it comes from the word bell.
That's right! It means bell, and it came from the bell towers that were used for telling time in the Middle Ages.
Now that we've developed clocks that can tell time reliably and precisely, people have started to make clocks with some personality.
That's right! Clocks talk and glow in the dark. As a matter of fact, there was a strange man named O.W., I think. Cube, let's show the video clip of that strange fellow who collected clocks as a hobby.
Okay, Professor.
Mr. O.W. Dreyer has spent years building unusual clocks and seems to like having time on his hands and hands on his clock. This train clock is running a little late, and although O.W. doesn't look it, he's really ticked off.
Boy, he must have had the time of his life collecting all those crazy clocks. What a cuckoo he was. Whew, I'm hungry. How about the ding-dong? Okay, let's have a multiple choice question. Clocks keep time in different ways. What are some of the different things they use to tell the time? Is it A, peanut butter and marshmallows, B, Rice Krispies and motor oil, or C, atoms, pendulums, and electric current?
Pendulum.
Let's talk about the pendulum. Galileo was the first to suggest that the clock could be regulated by a pendulum, but he was not the first to build one of these clocks. Tell them, Cube.
That honor goes to a Dutch astronomer who built the first pendulum clock in 1657. He used Galileo's ideas to show that the regular swing of a pendulum could be used to turn a wheel at a constant rate, and then the turning wheel could be used to move the hands of a clock.
That's correct. It was Galileo who discovered the property of the pendulum, and he did it in the late 1500s. He called it isochromism. I love to say that word. Tell them what isochromism really means.
Isochromism means that the pendulum swings very regularly.
That is exactly right. And it is the regularity of the pendulum's swing that enables us to measure time with it.
Exactly. And the time it takes a pendulum to complete one swing depends on the length of the pendulum, not the weight on the lower end.
Atomic clock.
The atomic clock. To reach this point, you've had to learn lots of things about clocks. You know that time is kept by utilizing a rhythmic pattern, like the swing of a pendulum or the flow of water. Well, an atomic clock counts the natural vibrations of a certain atom, the cesium atom.
The cesium atom vibrates 9,192,631,770 times every second. This makes the atomic clock the most precise timekeeping piece ever made.
9,192,631,770 times every second. That's incredible. It makes it such a precise instrument. It would be useful to take to the track.
Well, Professor, the smaller the measurement is, the more accurate the clock will be. So a clock that vibrates that many times is very, very accurate.
That's why it'd be perfect for the track. I could tell if my pony was coming in a little late. Okay, it's time for a multiple choice question. If a clock is run by a battery, what kind of clock would it be? Would it be an electric clock? Would it be a mechanical clock? Or would it be a cuckoo clock?
Hourglass. Hummingbird.
The hummingbird is very different from other birds that fly. Besides being so tiny, it's like a Harrier jet. A Harrier can fly backwards, forwards, sideways, or hover in place. And guess what? So can the hummingbird. But like I said, it's very tiny, right, Cube?
That's right, Professor. The hummingbird is the smallest bird in the world. The bee hummingbird is only 2¼ inches long.
2¼ inches? That's a very little bird. If you wanted to fly a Harrier that small, you'd have to be a little bitty person.
Condor.
Cube, let's talk about the condor. It is the largest bird in the world, right?
Well, Professor, the condor is actually the largest flying bird in the world. Their wingspread can reach up to 10½ feet. Condors are becoming scarce, however, and they're in danger of extinction.
Extinction? That may be good news to the little rabbits and the deer that the condors sometimes eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but it's bad news for the ecosystem as a whole.
And actually, Professor, the biggest condors usually feed on dead fish.
Oh boy, I love sushi. I'll have a California roll and a salmon skin roll and some rock and roll.
Efforts are being made to save the condor from extinction. In 1987, the few surviving condors in California were captured for a breeding program so that the condor population in the wilderness could be increased.
Emperor penguin.
Not all birds can fly, although it seems like a waste to be a bird that can't fly. It must be so humiliating. So, you're a bird and you can't fly. What are you, some kind of dodo?
Birds that fly have hollow bones, but birds that don't fly, like the emperor penguin, have solid bones. Emperor penguins can't fly, but they can dive underwater, up to 870 feet, and they can stay submerged for 18 minutes.
870 feet? That's deep. Can you imagine being a bird that far underwater, swimming around, fish coming up?
Hey, man, this is fish territory. You're a bird wearing a tuxedo. Take off, dude.
To know something, Cube, there are two kinds of flightless birds. The aquatics, like the penguins that live near the water, and the terrestrials, like the ostrich that live on the land.
That's right, Professor. The emperor penguin is the largest flightless aquatic bird. Emperor penguins live in Antarctica, and their short, stiff plumage keeps them warm.
It keeps them warm in the same way your quilt does. Each penguin has 25 feathers per square inch. This keeps them warm when they're on the snow and ice or swimming in the freezing waters for their food of fish and squid and shrimp. Ooh, it sounds delicious.
Ostrich.
The ostrich can weigh 350 pounds. That's a lot of bird. It's almost 7 feet tall and can run 45 miles per hour. If you can't fly, it's good to be able to run fast, but you can't get extra miles.
Ostriches are some of the largest and strongest of our living birds. They're found only in Africa, where they live and travel in small groups.
They have powerful legs that allow them to run really fast. And despite what people say, they don't spend all day with their head in the sand. It's too hot.
Peregrine falcon.
The peregrine falcon is an interesting bird. The female is much larger than the male, and they both have sideburns, just like Elvis. They are good hunters, but I'm not sure how the sideburns help.
The peregrine is a special bird for another reason. About 50 years ago, they were almost wiped out by chemical pesticides and became an endangered species. As a result, many of these pesticides were outlawed.
Fortunately, the peregrines were put into captivity, like the condor, and bred successfully to increase their numbers in the wilderness. They now populate urban areas once again. Cube, it's wonderful, isn't it? Did you know the peregrine is also the fastest bird in the world? It's been timed at 217 miles per hour when in a dive. And when leaving a dive to get home to his wife, it was twice that. Ba-dum-boom!
That's very impressive, Professor. But while the peregrine is the fastest, it doesn't fly the highest. The highest recorded flight of a bird is actually 21,000 feet. This happened in 1963 when a mallard duck collided with a commercial jet.
Yeah, I think I heard about that one. He forgot the duck. Oh, I got 1 million of them.
Migration.
I love birds. They're amazing. Not just because they can fly, but because of where they fly to. And every year, they go on their annual migration. It's like a vacation. Right, Cube?
That's right, and at certain times of the year, entire populations will fly thousands of miles to escape an icy winter.
That's pretty smart for a bird brain, don't you think? It's very intelligent if it's frozen solid on the ground to go someplace where it's nice and warm to get your food. Birds are very intelligent. The next time you see them in the air, look how they fly in formation. How do they do that? Tiny radios? I don't think so.
Scientists believe a number of factors help guide birds and other creatures that migrate, like the fish and the whales. For example, some are sensitive to both the position of the sun and the stars, as well as to the Earth's magnetic field.
That's right, and I suspect some of them have very good travel agents.
Whale. Jurassic period. Whale. Compound microscope. Electron microscope. Library. Compound microscope. Electron microscope. Whale.
Whales belong to a group of animals called cetaceans, which also includes dolphins and porpoises.
A whale is not a fish, it's a mammal like humans. It breathes air and gives birth to live young, as opposed to laying eggs. The blue whale is one of the largest animals to ever live on the Earth. It can be over 100 feet long and weigh as much as 400,000 pounds. Whales are not only big, they also tend to be very fast. The 25-foot bull killer whale is believed to be the fastest marine mammal and has been clocked at nearly 35 miles per hour. The fastest human can only run about 22 miles an hour.
How'd you like to take a whale to dinner? They'd eat a ton.
Several tons actually, Professor. Most whales live on small marine organisms called plankton. As the whale dives through the water, it filters materials through its baleen, which is like a screen. A blue whale can eat as much as 18 tons of food a day.
That's almost 5% of its body weight. That's like a 150-pound person eating 30 hamburgers a day. Sound familiar, anybody?
Despite their size, whales are actually quite gentle.
Dolphin.
Like whales, dolphins are cetaceans. The dolphin is also a mammal, and the baby dolphin drinks milk from its mother, just like you. But dolphins can do something we can't do. Cube, tell us why dolphins are so special.
Well, dolphins have their own sonar. A special organ in their head sends out clicking sounds, which bounces off objects and creates echoes. These help dolphins determine the size and distance of objects in the water in front of them.
It's too bad we couldn't do that. We wouldn't have so many auto accidents, huh?
Seal.
The seal is a mammal that spends much of its time in the sea, but it always gives birth on the land.
There are many different kinds of seals, but all have fins as feet. There are fur seals, hair seals, elephant seals,
Easter seals?
sea lions, and leopard seals that all live in moderate to very cold climates.
Dateline, Monterey, California. Seals no longer have to fish for their meals here in Monterey. Thanks to a local man, the free fish dinners never end, and the leftovers are strictly for the birds.
I hope that guy's new place has air conditioning. Not all seals like the cold, though.
That's true, Professor. The monk seal is a tropical seal, the only one in fact. The seals you usually see in the circus are actually sea lions found off the California coast.
What do seals eat, Cube?
Well, they eat fish, shellfish, and other marine animals.
The Berlin Zoo has a new resident, a huge seal elephant from Antarctica. Looks like this guy should go on the ultra swim fast diet.
Hey, looks like they're on a seafood diet. Hey, they seafood they eat. Hey, that looks good to me.
Walrus.
Boy, it's cold where the walrus lives. I'm freezing. I am not the walrus, that's for sure.
Arctic walruses survive temperatures that go as low as 112 degrees below freezing, with winds up to 200 miles per hour. Dressed as you are, Professor, you probably wouldn't live more than a few minutes.
Are you kidding? I'm freezing as it is.
Walruses have coats of fatty blubber and tough skin, which provide insulation from the cold.
And look at those long tusks. Boy, I bet that would be perfect for digging up clams in the sand. Right, Cube?
Well, not really, Professor. People used to think that, but now it's believed that the sensitive whiskers and fleshy snout are actually more important for detecting and collecting prey from the muddy bottom.
That's right. Walruses are very social and loyal creatures. They would make excellent friends. I'd love to have a walrus for a friend.
They would probably make very good friends, because they travel in herds of about 100 and are gentle and less provoked. And if one member of the herd is attacked, all the others will come to its defense.
Boy, who couldn't use friends like that?
Fish. Fish.
Salmon are not only fascinating fish, they are delicious. They are born in fresh water, but live most of their lives in salt water.
When mature, the salmon swim from the oceans upstream so the female can lay her eggs. They will swim up to 2,000 miles, and the female will lay between 2,000 to 10,000 eggs in the gravel bottom of the stream.
The males then fertilize the eggs, and 3 to 4 months later, they hatch. The little baby salmons are so cute, and they feed on the egg yolk sac until they are big enough to catch small insects and plankton.
Unfortunately, very few baby salmon ever reach the ocean. Many are eaten by birds or are killed by pollution or man-made reservoirs.
But those that do succeed will live in the ocean for anywhere from 6 months to 5 years before they return to their birthplace to spawn yet a new generation.
Whale. Early train. Early train.
Before you can have a train, you must have a railroad, or a road or a rail on which the train can ride. Otherwise, you don't really have a train, because you're not on track.
In the 1600s, before there were trains, the English and Germans used railroads to haul coal out of their mines. Their carts were propelled by people or horses.
There have been lots of kinds of trains. There have been steam engines and diesel engines and electric engines and gas turbine engines, and they all go back to the first practical locomotive, which was invented in, Cube?
Yes, Professor, the first practical locomotive was constructed in 1804 by a British engineer and inventor named Richard Trevithick. Following his success, many other locomotives were built, primarily for mining.
What about passenger trains?
Well, it wasn't until 1829 that a train was built to carry passengers. But shortly thereafter, passenger rails sprang up all over the eastern United States.
And the steam locomotives were very popular, and they were used until what year?
Steam locomotives were used until about 1940. By the late 1980s, however, very few of them were still operating, like those used on tourist routes in Colorado. Most trains operating in the United States today are diesel-electric powered.
The largest locomotive still running is a Union Pacific Railroad Challenger, built in 1943. With a full cargo, it can pull 543.2 tons. Oh, can you imagine trying to get something that big underneath your Christmas tree?
The horse train race.
In 1830, an American named Peter Cooper tried to convince the B&O Railroad to use his new steam locomotive. His locomotive was called Tom Thumb, and it set out to prove that it was much faster than the horses they were using.
So they had a race between a horse and the Tom Thumb. The engine belt driving the locomotive slipped, and the horse won the first race. So they raced again, and this time the Tom Thumb won. It became the first steam locomotive to be used in the United States. Professor, why don't you explain how a steam engine works?
The water is heated in a boiler, and it turns into steam. The steam then creates pressure, which is used to push the pistons, to drive the wheels, and to run the belts. The whistle on the train was used to release the pressure so that the engine would not overheat. But these steam engines required a lot of water. That's why you can still find water towers along the railroads. They were used to fill the engines with water.
Professor, many people think that the term horsepower refers to that race.
The term was actually coined by a Scottish inventor named James Watt. He had created an engine and wanted to compare it to the horse, since the horse was used to do a lot of work. So he determined that one horse should be able to pull 550 pounds 1 foot in 1 second. He then claimed that his engine could replace 6 horses and called it a 6-horsepower machine.
We still use the term horsepower, and we define it as the ability of a machine to lift 550 pounds 1 foot in 1 second.
Diesel train.
2 important developments in the 1900s were the electric and the diesel-electric locomotive.
In the diesel-electric locomotive, which is known simply as a diesel engine drives generators that then power electric motors.
And the diesel was much more efficient than the steam locomotive, right?
That's right, Professor. The diesel can work more hours per day because, unlike the steam locomotive, it doesn't need to stop to restock its water supply. And it can carry more fuel. It can also pull more weight at lower speeds.
And the diesel engines were cheaper to operate because the fuels that they used were not as refined as the higher grade fuels like gasoline, which allowed them to pull heavy loads for low money. That's a winning situation.
That's right, but most cars use gasoline because they don't require the power that trains and trucks do. And diesel engines cause more pollution than gasoline-burning engines.
Look at that electric locomotive. Say, Cube, did we mention how it gets its power?
Actually, we didn't, Professor. The electric locomotive is powered by either an overhead wire or third rail laid beside the track.
Early train. Largest balloon. Airplane. Space.
The largest balloons ever built can be inflated to stand 1,000 feet tall. But people do not ride in them. Isn't that right, Q?
That's true, Professor, although some hot air balloons have been built to carry many people, like the Miss Champagne in 1988.
That was a huge balloon. Can you imagine how tired you get if you had to blow it up all by yourself? Here's a multiple choice question. Now that airplanes are everywhere, why do we still need these old-fashioned balloons? Is it A, because people who have a lot of hot air need a place to work it off? Is it B, because people like to see things at the circus floating in the air? Or was it C, because they can be used for surveillance and for military purposes because they are cheap and easy to use? Some people think balloons are just fun to play in. They are called sports ballooners.
Crews from 4 European countries are competing against the U.S. for the World Air Balloon Championship. Uh-oh, someone's let go of the string, and that balloon's going to get stuck on the ceiling.
Aside from fun, balloons do have a lot of important purposes.
That's true, Professor. They've been used for surveillance, for aeronautical tests, for collecting weather information, and at one time the post office even used them to deliver the mail.
Either way you say it, it's still a lot of hot air.
Zeppelin.
Blimps, zeppelins, and dirigibles are all almost the same thing. The basic difference is their structure. A blimp is a bag of air, but a zeppelin or dirigible has a solid framework and tends to be longer and narrower, like a cigar, as opposed to a pumpkin.
In 1900, Count Ferdinand von Zeppelin flew his first dirigible. It was 428 feet long, with a top airspeed of 17 miles per hour.
And Zeppelin became the name of one of the great rock bands of the 20th century. Hit it, Beats!
Zeppelins were used for many things. In World War I, they were used for observation and spy missions. During the 1930s, they were used for commercial purposes, mostly to carry passengers. The German Graf II Zeppelin was built in 1928. It was 840 feet long and weighed 235 tons. It flew more than 1 million miles and carried over 13,000 passengers, many across the ocean.
This giant dirigible, the Graf Zeppelin, has just become the first airship to circle the globe. In 21 days, it covered 20,000 miles and only had to stop at gas stations and ask for directions twice.
Hindenburg.
The story of the Hindenburg is a tragic one.
25th anniversary of the Hindenburg explosion. The Hindenburg exploded while landing in the U.S. after a transatlantic run. The disaster spelled the end of dirigibles.
The Hindenburg was one of the largest and most beautiful passenger zeppelins ever built. When it crashed, 36 people were killed. It was considered one of the worst disasters of the 20th century.
The ship's hydrogen gas was somehow ignited and the entire ship was consumed in minutes. As a result, airships declined in popularity as a method of transportation. Today, all dirigibles are filled with non-flammable helium gas.
Largest balloon. Airplane.
Have you ever had a dream where you could fly? I have. Everybody dreams of flying, but to fly for real requires a great amount of knowledge about the universe. Cube, help me out with this one.
Any human can dream of flying, but it takes very special people to dream of falling. Have a nice trip and see you next fall.
is this?
Many inventors think big, but this one thinks small. This airplane has a wingspan of 23 feet and wears blue jeans with only a 26-inch waist. And no zipper, please. It prefers button flies.
I love to see these old movies.
Yes, it's a plane that looks like a tricycle, and its inventor plans to fly it over the ocean non-stop. Good plan, because those unscheduled ocean stops can really upset the passengers.
This will make you appreciate the modern chopper.
Here's the safest helicopter ever built. It never takes off and flies. Hey, has anybody seen the ground sickness bags?
What would the birds say the secret of flying is? It's all in the wings! It's all in the wings!
America sends its new F-11 thundering into the sky for a test of its revolutionary folding wings. If this works, the Air Force will test a self-laundering jet that not only folds its wings, but starches and fluffs them as well.
The wing of an airplane is called the airfoil. As you can see, it's easier for the air to move over a curved surface than the straight surface underneath the wing. And the faster moving air has a lower pressure because it's moving quickly than the slower moving air beneath the wing, so it pushes it up.
Propellers are also important to keeping an airplane in the air.
But we have to whisper because the birds get very jealous. Flying can be very hard work.
A propeller is driven by an engine. As it spins, it's like a screw that pulls itself through the air, or a bolt that pulls itself through a nut, or a corkscrew that pulls itself through a cork.
Well, that's when it's designed properly. It took man many years to understand this concept.
This strange bird is the result of 17 years' worth of effort by its inventor. Called the gray goose, it has yet to actually fly. Better change its name from the gray goose to the dead duck.
Eventually, people started to understand more advanced physics of flying.
And they came up with lots of wacky ideas. Let's see some examples, Cube. I love to see these old movies.
Man has always dreamed of flying, but some inventors have bad dreams, judging by these airplanes. I've heard of winging it, but this is ridiculous.
Smallest airplane. Smallest airplane.
The smallest jet aircraft can go 280 miles an hour.
It weighs 432 pounds and has a wingspan of only 17 feet.
Jet airplane.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Air Commodore Sir Frank Whittle. Please take a bow, Frankie. Sir Frank invented the jet engine. Pretty good, huh?
That's really impressive, Professor. He tried to convince the British Air Ministry that it would be superior to piston engines. When they refused his idea, he started his own company.
It just goes to show you, you have to stick with what you believe in. I think I'm going to have Cube tell you how the jet engine works. Cube?
The jet engine consists of a series of fans, a combustion chamber, and a turbine. As the first fan spins, it sucks air in. A series of compressor fans increase the pressure and push the air into the combustion chamber. There, a burning fuel heats the compressed air, which expands and is forced out a nozzle to create thrust. And as the air is pushed out, it flows across a turbine, which spins the fans that suck in more air.
Boy, just listening to that gets me so exhausted. So you see, this process is different from the pistons that power the cars. A jet engine sucks air in and compresses it to force it out the back at super high speeds. Cube, I'd like to see some more of these jet movies. Could you somehow show them to me?
The Air Force unveiled its newest weapon, the B-60 bomber. Everything about this plane is top secret. But we do know this. This beauty can carry over 90,000 little itsy-bitsy teeny-weeny bags of honey-roasted peanuts. The British and French have signed an historic agreement to finance this supersonic jet that will show Jerry Lewis movies on every flight. Here, diplomats from both countries sit down and practice screaming the word, "Lady person!" The Navy's newest supersonic plane set an unofficial speed record when it went over 700 miles an hour, breaking the record of 698 miles per hour set by a teenage boy delivering pizza.
Space. Submarine.
In 1620, a Dutch inventor decided that just floating on top of the water would not be enough. So he wrapped a wooden rowboat in leather and took a crew of 12 men under the water of the Thames River in London. It was the first submarine. We've come a long way since then. Cube, can you help us with some sub-data?
Of course, Professor. Here's a video clip.
Here she is, the Nautilus, the first submarine powered by nuclear fission. This submarine can stay underwater for months. So if anyone wants to know where the Nautilus is, tell them it's gone fishing.
The longest submarine in the world belongs to the United States Navy. It's almost the length of 2 football fields placed end to end.
That may be the longest, but that doesn't actually make it the biggest submarine in the world. The biggest submarines belong to the Russian Typhoon class, which are part of the Russian Navy. They're the biggest because not only are they long, they're also very wide.
They are much shorter than subs in the U.S. Navy, but they are very wide and strong enough to travel 4,800 miles while carrying 140 warheads.
The first submarine to be used as an instrument of war was invented in the 1770s. It was called the Turtle and was shaped like an egg and could carry only one person.
You know, during the American Revolution, the colonial navy actually used a hand-driven submarine to attack a British ship.
It was an unsuccessful attack.
Details, details. Let's move on. Here's a multiple-choice question. Submarines are used by A, little boys who are afraid to bathe alone, B, grandmothers who are afraid of eating cheese on their birthday, or C, scientists who do research and people in the military.
Aircraft carrier.
An aircraft carrier is basically a mobile airbase. Planes are stored below the deck and brought up and down in big elevators.
Aircraft carrier fleets didn't really exist until after the First World War, when the United States, Japan, and England began building them.
They were very important in World War II. A fleet of 6 Japanese aircraft carriers sent the planes that bombed Pearl Harbor in 1941 and caused the United States to go to war in the Pacific. Some aircraft used their own engines to take off. Others use catapults to help them reach liftoff velocity. When they land, a giant hook on the plane engages a rubber band-like device on the carrier. Boing! And it slows them down. Cube can tell you about the biggest aircraft carriers in the world. Can't you, Cube?
Of course I can, Professor. The U.S. Navy has aircraft carriers considered to be the largest in the world. They are 1,092 feet long and have almost 4.5 acres of flight deck. They can travel well over 30 knots and can carry a full crew of 5,986 people.
If you lined up the entire crew so they were holding hands, they would stretch 6.8 miles. And they'd probably make some good friends, too.
Largest battleship.
The largest battleship in the world was the Japanese Yamato, 863 feet long and 127 feet wide. It was so huge that it sat 35.5 feet deep in the water.
The Yamato was built in 1941, and it was sunk in 1945 by the United States warplanes that launched from aircraft carriers.
Jurassic period.
The Jurassic period began about 208 million years ago and ended about 144 million years ago. The most noticeable thing about this time period was that the dinosaurs started to get very big and the first bird-like creatures began to appear.
Also, the supercontinent Pangaea continued to break apart and began forming the continents which we're familiar with today.
Move your cursor around the landscape and click on what interests you. Ornitholestes were only about 7 feet in length. Relatively small but fast and agile, it's believed that these animals may have robbed eggs from their larger relatives. Oysters are bivalve mollusks which can be found in great numbers within sedimentary deposits. Compsognathus were one of the smallest known carnivorous dinosaurs. They were about 60 centimeters long and weighed only about 6.5 pounds. Amblotherium were small primitive mammals. They had a large number of teeth designed to devour a variety of insects. Belemnites showed no traces of an external skeleton or shell. Like their relatives the squid, the Belemnites expelled ink-like clouds to confuse their enemies. Plesiosaurs were long-necked sea reptiles that literally flew through the water in search of prey. Mythical creatures such as the Loch Ness Monster may be based on the remains of plesiosaurs. Apatosaurus were large reptiles related to the saurischians that must have fed continuously to supply their massive bodies with food. Archaeopteryx were the first known birds. They were feathered and had hollowed bones like modern birds, but their skeletal features, including teeth, were reptilian. Brachiosaurus were about 75 feet long and weighed nearly 80 tons. They may have stood on their hind legs to feed on the highest tree leaves. Pagucus were 1 1/4 inch hermit crabs with well-developed pincers designed to scavenge the bottom of shallow seas. Stegosaurus, 2-ton vegetarian reptiles, were one of the only dinosaurs with bony backplates. They probably had few, if any, predators. Archaeopteryx were the first theater. Lab. Fossil. Early train. Space.
Welcome to space. This is my favorite place because there's so much of it. If you want to explore, just click an object that you want to learn about, and Cube and myself will tell you what you need.
Uranus. The spacecraft Voyager 2 flew past Uranus in 1986 after a 5-year flight. Voyager 2 revealed to us a planet quite different from anything we had ever seen. Uranus is tipped on its side, and the planet's poles are both directed at the Sun. Scientists don't understand why Uranus is positioned this way, but some theorize it's the result of a gigantic collision with another object which occurred in the early formation of our solar system. Saturn. Yuri Gagarin. Saturn. Between 1979 and 1981, the spacecrafts Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 rocketed to Saturn, a planet 1 billion miles from our Sun. The spacecrafts measured that Saturn generates 3 times as much heat as it receives from the Sun. This is because Saturn continues to contract 4 billion years after its birth. The Voyager spacecrafts also found that each of Saturn's individual rings, while varied in thickness, are actually continuous streams of stellar debris. Yuri Gagarin.
On April 12, 1961, the Russian cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin became the first human being to orbit the Earth. After circling the Earth just one time, he landed safely in Siberia. Phew!
Another Russian cosmonaut, Valentina Tereshkova, was the first woman in space. She was recruited in 1961 while working in textiles and pursuing amateur parachuting. On June 16, 1963, she piloted Vostok 6 and orbited the Earth 48 times.
The Sun. Most of the light that we get from our Sun comes from its thin outer layer called the photosphere. Above the photosphere is the chromosphere, a region where flames of gas burst through the solar atmosphere. Deep beneath the Sun's atmospheric shell is the core, where violent nuclear reactions are constantly firing. But the greatest explosions in the solar system are the solar flares, intense bursts of light that erupt with the force of billions of hydrogen bonds. In 1961, the Gemini space program came into being. Gemini was a critical first step in learning how to send a man to the moon. Between 1965 and 1966, the Gemini project launched 10 manned flights. The missions logged more than 194 hours and circled the Earth 600 times before it was decided that we were ready to send a man to the moon. Between 1979 and 1981, the spacecrafts Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 traveled outward to our solar system's largest planet, Jupiter. Voyager took spectacular photographs of Jupiter's Great Red Spot, a 300-year-old storm on the surface of the planet. Winds were discovered in the Great Red Spot to be spinning in a circle 3 times the size of our own planet. As Voyager traveled past Jupiter, it measured the planet's unusual magnetic field, which extends millions of miles into space. On July 20th, 1969, 500 million people gathered around TV sets all over the world to wait for the first Earthling to set foot on the moon. Countless millions more sat glued to their radios, listening to voices from the moon. Never before had so many people been attuned to one event at one time. All around the globe, a curious world awaited. Space.
In 1981, Columbia was launched, and the space shuttle program was off to a flying start.
The shuttle program was designed to make visiting space more accessible and less expensive.
Before the space shuttle was invented, the astronauts were sent into space on the top of rockets in little capsules that descended into the ocean on a parachute. Not a very nice way to come home.
Today, however, American astronauts can be carried into space repeatedly by the space shuttle. First, because the shuttle lands on a runway like a glider, and second, because most of its parts are reusable.
Once in outer space, not only is the shuttle an amazing laboratory, an extraordinary vacation vehicle, but it can be used to fix satellites.
In the fall of 1984, the Space Shuttle Discovery retrieved a faulty telecommunications satellite from orbit and brought it back to Earth for repair. And in 1993, the Space Shuttle was used to repair the Hubble Space Telescope while it was still in orbit.
sky.
On May 25, 1973, America launched its first orbiting observatory into space. The station was called Skylab because it was a lab in the sky. Pretty clever, eh?
Skylab followed a station launched by the former Soviet Union. Their first space station, Salyut 1, was launched in April of 1971.
Designed to orbit the Earth for an extended period of time, the crews were relayed back and forth on other space vehicles, and the longest stay of any one crew was 84 days.
Astronauts aboard took high-resolution photographs of the Sun and observed the Sun's surface, or photosphere, in a way that had not been possible from Earth.
Skylab also allowed us to study the effects of long-term weightlessness on the human body. We got some very important information pertaining to the loss of bone mass and muscle strength. Very important.
Since the heart is a muscle, this was a critical discovery. Today, we know to work within these factors whenever people are sent into space.
On July 20th, 1969, the Apollo 11 landed the first humans on the moon. They were astronauts Neil Armstrong and Edwin Buzz Aldrin, and they stayed on the moon for 21 hours and 36 minutes.
It took several missions to prepare for actually landing a man on the moon. Finally, on July 16, 1969, the Apollo 11 was launched on the Saturn V rocket and landed on the moon 4 days later.
Was the first thing he said, "Eh? Hey, this place is nice, but where's the burger?" Was it B? "Hey, look at the landscape. It looks like pizza." Or was it C? "Eat it, Cube."
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
Wednesday, July 16th, 1969. The end of the decade had arrived. At 9:32 a.m., Apollo 11, a 26-story, 6-million-ton rocket, was launched. Astronaut Michael Collins piloted the Apollo 11 command module. Astronaut Edwin Aldrin Jr. piloted the lunar module, and astronaut Neil Armstrong served as mission commander for the first manned landing on the moon. On Saturday, July 19th, Apollo 11 slowed as it entered the moon's orbit. Earth lay 238,000 miles beyond the horizon. The Eagle, Apollo 11's lunar module, separated from the command module Columbia and descended. Astronauts Armstrong and Aldrin watched through their window as the Eagle settled on the undisturbed lunar surface. After 2 hours of experiments and filming, astronauts Armstrong and Aldrin left an American flag on the moon, along with medals honoring American and Soviet spacemen who lost their lives, as well as a small disc carrying messages of goodwill from 73 nations of the Earth.
They collected soil samples, took photographs, and stuck an American flag into the moon's surface. With the help of communication satellites, they spoke to President Nixon and the White House, and to millions of people who were watching the first live television broadcasts from the moon.
On July 24th, the Apollo 11 splashed down in the Pacific Ocean near Hawaii. And because of this event, people started to say this annoying phrase, "Hey, they can put a man on the moon, but they can't fix my freezer."
Apollo 11, John Glenn.
On February 20th, 1962, John Glenn became the first American to orbit the Earth in outer space. This was a year after the Russian cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin orbited the Earth in April of 1961. John Glenn was launched into outer space on the back of an Atlas rocket. He rode inside the capsule called Friendship 7, covering 81,000 miles in 3 orbits around the Earth, which took 4 hours and 55 minutes. Cube, let's see a clip.
What on earth is happening here? 250,000 people turned out to welcome astronaut John Glenn. He's just returned from orbit, and he's being treated like a star.
Leading up to his brilliant career as an astronaut, Glenn served as a pilot in the United States Marine Corps. He flew a total of 149 combat missions in World War II and the Korean War. In 1957, he was the first person to make a non-stop supersonic transcontinental flight from Los Angeles to New York.
Setting a record, are you ready for this? 3 hours, 23 minutes, and 8.4 seconds to be exact. He was elected senator from the state of Ohio in 1974. What a great American!
John Glenn. Comet.
In ancient times, some people thought that comets could bring earthquakes and wars and famine. Others feared that the comet gases could poison them.
And still others believed a comet blazing through the sky was the soul of a king or hero on its way to heaven.
Today we know that comets, sometimes called dirty snowballs, are really ice and dust and frozen gases that orbit the sun.
But they're quite a bit bigger than a snowball. The head of a comet measures approximately 80,000 miles in diameter, although the icy core, or nucleus, is only a few miles across.
Comet. Lunar landing. Neil Armstrong.
When Neil Armstrong became the first civilian to enter the astronaut training program in 1962, do you think he knew he would be the first person to ever set foot on the moon? In July of 1969, as the commander of Apollo 11, he and his fellow astronaut Edwin Buzz Aldrin were the first men to walk on the moon. At least that we know about.
When the first astronauts were selected, they were chosen from military test pilots. In 1959, 7 astronauts were picked from 500 volunteers. Applicants had to be less than 40 years old, in excellent physical condition, no taller than 5'11". They had to have a degree in engineering and have flown at least 1,500 hours.
Is that all? Gee, maybe I should have tried to get in. And then they're ready for spaceflight. They're all dressed up but nowhere to go. So what they gonna wear, Q?
Well, Professor, I have a very interesting video. Here's a high-altitude pressure suit designed by the Air Force.
Now you can look like an astronaut with your very own spacesuit. We made a very special purchase, and for as long as supplies last, we're offering the suit with 2 pairs of pants for only $99.
Neil Armstrong. Apollo 13.
Hey, Houston, we've had a problem here. Can say again, please. Houston, we've had a problem.
What began as a mission of scientific exploration became a question of survival. On April 11, 1970, Apollo 13 was launched. 56 hours into the flight, a news bulletin informed the nation that there had been a serious power supply malfunction. Apollo 13's lunar landing was to be terminated as the astronauts and NASA struggled with the crippled spacecraft. All unnecessary equipment was shut down in the command module in order to isolate the problem. My concern was increasing all the time, reports one astronaut on board. It went from, "I wonder what this is going to do to the landing," to, "I wonder if we can get back home again."
This is Apollo Control at 57 hours 46 minutes ground elapsed time. The black team of flight controllers is now on station in Mission Control Center looking at possible alternate missions as we have an apparent serious oxygen leak in the cryogenic oxygen in the service module.
Survival became a matter of initiative and ingenuity, as those on the ground and high above the Earth worked together and created inventive solutions to extending the life of Apollo 13. On April 17th, the astronauts on the dying spacecraft successfully splashed down to safety. Apollo 13 dramatized the ever-present risks of traveling into space. However, it also illuminates that the true character of man shines through in our unity under the most desperate situations.
This is the crew of Apollo 13. Wish everybody there a nice evening. Good night.
Sputnik.
On October 4th, 1957, the former Soviet Union successfully launched the first artificial satellite into orbit, and it was called Sputnik. I love to say that name. Sputnik, 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 Sputnik!
The purpose of Sputnik was to see if a body could be launched into orbit from Earth. This was the first time that the Earth had a satellite other than its moon.
During its brief stay in outer space, Sputnik was able to explore the Earth's atmosphere. 1 month after Sputnik 1 was launched, they launched Sputnik 2, except it had a little doggy on board. The first living thing in space, a little doggy called Laika. Here, Laika! Oh, Laika, you've been a bad dog. Couldn't you wait till we got into orbit?
On October 4th, 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1, the first artificial satellite. It was an aluminum sphere 23 inches in diameter and weighing only 184 pounds. Less than 1 month after Sputnik 1, the Russians launched a second Sputnik. This spacecraft carried the first living thing into space, a dog named Laika. Sputnik. Satellites.
A satellite is any object that orbits another object. They can be natural, like the moon or the Earth, which is a satellite of the sun, or they can be man-made, like weather satellites that are in the sky.
Whether natural or man-made, all satellites are kept in orbit by gravity. Without gravity, a satellite would fly off into space.
The strength of the Earth's gravitational pull on a satellite is determined by the mass of the satellite and its distance from the Earth. The closer and the more massive objects are attracted more powerfully than the distant light objects, okay? You got it? Big and close, come here now, far away, see you later.
And the more powerful the attraction between the two objects, the faster the satellite's orbit will be.
Before we launched our first weather satellite into space, our knowledge of the weather was mostly limited to what we saw outside our windows. Today, we can trace weather patterns developing across the globe with satellites orbiting our planet. A hurricane, for example, is seen by a satellite as a pattern of colors. From these readings, scientists can assess the temperature, intensity, direction, and behavior of the storm. The knowledge obtained from weather satellites has often saved the lives of populations within the storm's path. The solar system.
The solar system includes the sun and the planets that rotate around it. Guess what? We are part of the solar system.
Our solar system includes more than 50 moons, thousands of asteroids, and billions of meteors and comets.
The inner planets are Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. They are all close to the sun and can be warmed by its beautiful rays. The outer planets are Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. And the further away they get from the sun, the colder it gets.
The inner and outer planets are separated by an asteroid belt. The inner planets are called terrestrial, which means Earth-like. They have cores made of metal and shallow atmospheres, except for Mercury, which has no atmosphere.
The solar system. Lab.
Welcome back to the laboratory. As before, all you have to do is pick and click.
Welcome to the Activity Center Laboratory. This is where you get to play in the professor's lab.
It's filled with wonderful experiments that utilize objects you have in your house, like pieces of paper and paper clips.
All you have to do is click on the object and follow the announcer's instructions. You can also print out each experiment by selecting Factoid's Print button.
Have fun!
Carbon dioxide rocket.
Good! You've chosen the carbon dioxide rocket. Prepare for liftoff!
You're going to need baking soda, vinegar, a small-mouthed bottle with a cork, a cup, scissors, a tablespoon, and a funnel. Place the funnel in the bottle. To do this, drag the funnel to the bottle in the center screen. Add 3 tablespoons of baking soda to the bottle. Now place the cork next to the bottle. Quickly pour 1 cup of vinegar into the bottle and then remove the funnel. To do this, drag the measuring cup to the vinegar. Quickly force the cork into the mouth of the bottle. This must be done immediately after you've added the vinegar in order to trap the gas.
Now stand back. I think it's going to go.
A chemical reaction occurs when vinegar and baking soda are mixed together, which produces the gas carbon dioxide. Since all gases expand more rapidly than liquids or solids, the carbon dioxide gas quickly fills the bottle and escapes from the top. Placing a cork in the mouth of the bottle prevents the gas from escaping. However, tremendous pressure builds underneath the cork. The pressure becomes greater than the friction holding the cork in the mouth of the bottle. That pressure forces the cork to pop off. If you'd like, you can make your own paper rocket and glue it to the cork, like Virgil did. To try another experiment, click on Factoid's Close button. Diode radio. Toucan experiment.
Excellent. The two-can experiment. This one really comes together. You'll see what I mean.
You'll need a hairdryer, 10 straws, and 2 empty soft drink cans. Place the straws on a flat surface so they are about 1/2 inch apart. To do this, simply drag the straws to the center screen. Place the 2 cans on top of the straws so they are about 4 inches apart. Hold the hairdryer about 4 inches away from the cans and aim the dryer so that its airstream passes between them. Turn the hairdryer on. Be certain it's set on the high setting. This is an illustration of Bernoulli's principle. Bernoulli's principle says that fast-moving air has lower pressure than slow-moving air. The fast-moving airstream between the 2 cans has less pressure than the surrounding slow-moving air. Thus, the higher pressure of the surrounding air pushes the cans together. Bernoulli's principle is important for understanding how airplanes stay aloft. To try another experiment, click on Factoid's Close button. Diode radio. Carbon dioxide fire extinguisher.
The carbon dioxide fire extinguisher. CO2. CO2 later.
You'll need baking soda, vinegar, a match, a candle, a tablespoon, a measuring cup, and a large drinking glass. Put 2 tablespoons of baking soda into the glass. To do this, drag the tablespoon to the box of baking soda, then pour each tablespoon of baking soda into the glass. Now take a match and light the candle. Pour 1/2 cup of vinegar into the drinking glass. To do this, drag the measuring cup to the vinegar.
Look, a chemical reaction. Very interesting. Now, what can we do with it?
Quickly bring the top of the glass to within 2 inches of the candle flame. Be careful to not pour the liquid onto the flame. Adding vinegar to baking soda produces a bubbling gas called carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is heavier than the surrounding air. The gas pours out of the glass and onto the candle flame. When that happens, the surrounding oxygen is displaced and the candle goes out. To try another experiment, click on Factoid's Close button. Diode radio. Dendrochronology.
Dendrochronology.
Dendrochronology is the science of dating events, intervals of time, and changes in the environment by studying the rings of growth in trees. The center rings of a tree represent the oldest part of the tree's life, while the outer rings can tell a dendrochronologist about its recent history. If you click on the center of the tree and slide the cursor to its outer rings, you'll see how the tree grows. To try another experiment, click on Factoid's Close button. Diode radio. Light bulb. Flashlight.
Good choice. The flashlight.
You'll need scissors, an empty paper towel roll, 2 batteries, a mini light bulb, some copper wire, and tape. With the scissors, cut the paper towel roll open along its length. Place the batteries inside the paper towel roll. Line up the batteries so that the positive end of one battery rests against the negative end of the other battery. One battery will have its positive post exposed, the other will have its negative post exposed. Put the light bulb next to the battery. Tape the light bulb to the exposed positive battery post. Thread a length of copper wire against the length of the batteries. Tape one end of the copper wire to the exposed negative post of the batteries. Close up and secure the paper towel roll with tape. Press the unattached end of wire against the side of the light bulb. This will light the bulb. Batteries contain the potential to convert chemical energy into electrical energy. To do this, a metal wire needs to be attached from the negative post to the positive post. Once this connection is made, electrons flow from the negative post to the positive post. The light bulb, however, provides resistance to the flow of electrons. This resistance causes the filament inside the light bulb to heat up and glow. To try another experiment, click on Factoid's Close button. Diode radio. Atomizer.
Terrific! The atomizer experiment. Just don't use grape juice in front of the white curtains.
You'll need a drinking glass, water, scissors, and a long straw. Cut the straw almost in half. To do this, drag the scissors to the straw in the center screen. Bring the short glass to the straw. Now, fill the glass with water. Place the straw in the glass. Bend the straw 90 degrees.
Let's get Bits to demonstrate what you have to do next. Bits, could you come over here? I need your assistance.
This is an illustration of Bernoulli's principle. Bernoulli's principle says that fast-moving air has lower pressure than slow-moving air. Blowing air quickly across the top of the straw in the water creates low pressure. This low-pressure area must be filled by something, and that something is the water in the glass. To try another experiment, click on Factoid's Close button. Diode radio. Spool and card trick.
The spool and card trick. I love this one.
You're going to need an empty spool of thread, a 3x5 index card, and a thumbtack. Place a thumbtack in the direct center of the 3x5 card. To do this, drag a thumbtack to the card in the center screen. Place the spool onto the point of the thumbtack. Place your hand over the card and invert the spool so that the card is now underneath the spool. Blow forcefully through the hole on the other side of the spool and remove your hand at the same time. For a demonstration, click on the spool and card in the center screen. This is an illustration of Bernoulli's principle. Bernoulli's principle says that fast-moving air has lower pressure than slow-moving air. Blowing air forcefully through the hole of the spool causes an area of lower pressure between the card and the spool. The outside air surrounding the card has higher pressure and thus pushes the card against the spool. The difference in air pressure is greater than the pull of gravity, which is trying to make the card fall. The thumbtack merely holds the card in place so it doesn't slip off the side of the spool. To try another experiment, click on Factoid's Close button. Diode radio. Conductor tester.
The conductor tester. All aboard.
You're going to need a mini light bulb, a small light bulb socket, a battery, an insulated wire, tape, and some materials to test for conductivity, such as salt, a cork, a rubber band, a paper clip, a comb, and a knife. Drag the battery next to the socket. Attach some wire to the positive terminal of the battery and to one side of the light bulb socket. Now attach some wire to the negative terminal of the battery. Attach some wire to the other side of the light bulb socket. Tape the wires to their respective terminals of the battery. Twist a light bulb into the socket. If you place the leads of the two wires on materials in the lab, you will see if they conduct electricity or not. If the light bulb lights, that material conducts electricity. That does not conduct electricity. It is an insulator. That does not conduct electricity. It is an insulator. That does not conduct electricity. It is an insulator. Very good. That is a conductor. Objects which allow electrons to freely flow through them are known as conductors. Conductors allow the electrons to flow from the battery and through the light bulb to make it light. Insulators, on the other hand, do not allow electrons to flow, and the light bulb will not receive any electrons to allow it to light. Objects which conduct electricity include metals. Objects which insulate and do not conduct electricity are plastics, wood, and cloth. To try another experiment, click on Factoid's Close button. Spool and card trick. Magic mirrors.
Magic mirrors. This is an experiment on which you can reflect and reflect and reflect.
You'll need two flat mirrors, tape, and a penny. Now tape the mirrors together with the two pieces of tape. Set the mirrors upright facing towards you. Place a penny in front of the mirrors.
How many pennies do you see? I see 3 reflected pennies and 1 real penny. That makes 4. Mr. Announcer, could you explain this to me, please?
A circle has 360 degrees. If you divide the 4 visible pennies into 360, you get 90. This means that the mirrors are at 90 degrees when you see 4 pennies. Click on the mirrors to open them all the way.
You now see 2 pennies, the one reflected and the real penny.
If you divide the 2 visible pennies into 360, you get 180. This means that the mirrors are at 180 degrees when you see 2 pennies. Try this experiment at home. Notice that as you open and close the mirrors, the number of pennies you see changes. Apply the same formula to figure out the inside angle and use a protractor to check your answer. To try another experiment, click on Factoid's Close button. Plant power.
Plant power. Very good. I believe you'll get a rise out of this one.
You're going to need a long-stemmed white flower, 4 cups, 4 different colors of food dye, scissors, and water. Fill each cup 1/2 way with water. To do this, drag the pitcher of water to the cups. Put 10 drops of food dye into each cup. Use a different color for each cup. Bring the flour next to the cups. Take the scissors and cut the flour halfway up its stem. This will give you a total of 4 mini stems protruding from the main stem. Place the 4 stems of the flour so that 1 stem is in each cup.
In about 20 minutes, you'll see something very interesting.
Plants receive water through a process known as capillary action. Water rises from the ground and up through the plant stem for nourishment. Placing food dye in the water marks the progress of the water through the plant. To try another experiment, click on Factoid's Close button. Diode radio. Dancing raisins.
Get ready for the dancing raisins experiment. You won't hear about this one to the grapevine. Eat your heart out, Fred Astaire.
You'll need baking soda, a clear drinking glass, water, vinegar, raisins, a teaspoon, and a measuring cup. Fill 3/4 of the drinking glass with water. To do this, drag the pitcher of water to the empty glass. Add 1 tablespoon of baking soda to the glass. Don't forget to stir the liquid after adding 1 spoonful of baking soda. Pour 1/3 cup of vinegar into the glass. To do this, drag the measuring cup to the vinegar. Add about 15 raisins to the bubbling mixture in the glass. When an acid, such as vinegar, is mixed with a base, such as baking soda, a chemical reaction occurs. Vinegar and baking soda produce carbon dioxide bubbles which float in water. If enough of these bubbles attach themselves to a raisin, the raisin floats to the surface. Once the raisin reaches the top of the water, the bubbles pop and the raisins sink. This process continues until there are no more carbon dioxide bubbles left to lift the raisins. To try another experiment, click on Factoid's Close button. Diode radio. Telegraph. Plastic bag terrarium.
This is super! The plastic bag terrarium experiment. This one is in the bag.
You'll need a plastic bag, a paper towel, some birdseed, tape, water, and a stapler. Place the paper towel inside the plastic bag. To do this, drag the paper towel into the plastic bag. With the paper towel in place, staple the bag across the middle. Sprinkle a handful of birdseed into the top of the bag so the seeds rest on the staples. Tape the top 2 corners of the bag to a window. Pour some water from a pitcher into the bag until the bag has 1 inch of water at its bottom.
Notice the paper towel absorbs water almost immediately.
The water in the plastic bag travels up the paper towel toward the seeds. Plants need water, light, and the stored food inside the seed in order to grow. As the plant grows, the roots travel toward the water source and the stems travel toward light. This is basic plant growth.
Just like your plastic bag, the atmosphere around the Earth holds in the moisture and gases necessary for the cycle of life to continue.
To try another experiment, click on Factoid's Close button. Diode radio. Cleaning pennies. Dancing raisins. Floating ping pong ball. Cleaning...
Oh boy! It's the cleaning pennies experiment. This is a way to legally launder money, if you know what I mean.
You'll need a lemon, salt, a small jar with a lid, and 3 tarnished pennies. Squeeze as much lemon juice as possible into the jar. To do this, drag the lemon to the center screen. Shake the salt from the salt shaker 4 times into the lemon juice. Place 3 tarnished pennies into the jar. Secure the lid tightly onto the jar.
Bits, we need a little help out here. Great work, Bits. Now let's open the jar and look at our pennies. Amazing! They are clean as a whistle. Mr. Announcer, could you tell us what's happened?
The acid in the lemon juice and the abrasiveness of the salt work together to remove the tarnish from the pennies. This will also work with tarnished nickels, dimes, and on inexpensive jewelry. To try another experiment, click on Factoid's Close button. Diode radio. Floating ping pong.
Good choice! The floating ping pong ball experiment is one of my favorites. You'll get a rise out of this one.
You'll need a hair dryer and a ping pong ball. Turn the hair dryer on. Be sure it's set on cool. To do this, click on the hair dryer switch. Place a ping pong ball in the airstream created by the hair dryer. To do this, drag the ping pong ball into the airstream.
It's floating, but now, watch this!
This is an illustration of Bernoulli's principle. Bernoulli's principle says that fast-moving air has lower pressure than slow-moving air. The ping pong ball is trapped in the low-pressure stream of the fast-moving air. Even at an angle, the ball remains trapped in the stream. When the angle is steep enough, however, gravity pulls the ball out of the stream. Bernoulli's principle is important for understanding how airplanes stay aloft. To try another experiment, click on Factoid's Close button. Diode radio. Invisible ink.
Very good. The invisible ink experiment. This experiment is a real lemon, but there's no lemon law against it.
You will need a lemon, a cotton swab, a sheet of white paper, a light bulb, and a bowl. Squeeze as much juice as possible out of the lemon and into the bowl. To do this, drag the lemon to the center screen above the bowl. Put the paper next to the bowl. Now dip the cotton swab into the lemon juice. Remove the saturated swab and write your secret message on the paper. Now turn on the light. To do this, simply click on it. Hold the paper directly over the light bulb. As the light bulb warms the paper and the lemon juice, the pulp of the lemon juice burns and turns brown. The heat produced by the lamp burns the solid particles or pulp in the lemon juice, causing carbon to form. To try another experiment, click on Factoid's Close button. Diode radio. Telegraph.
Ha-ha! The telegraph! I hope I didn't telegraph that idea to you too soon. Tat-tat-tat, dash what?
You'll need a large block of wood, a small block of wood, glue, some nails, bell wire, a 6-volt battery, a doorbell switch, and a metal T. Drag the glue next to the large block of wood. You'll now need to glue the small block of wood onto the larger block of wood. To do this, simply drag the small block of wood next to the larger block. Pound 2 nails halfway into the top of the large block of wood. Position the nails so that they are about 1 inch apart and toward the end of the block. These will act as your connectors. Wrap at least 15 turns of bell wire around one of the nails. When finished, stretch the wire and wrap it 15 turns around the other nail. Attach the negative post of the battery to one end of the bell wire. Attach the doorbell switch to the other end of the bell wire. Attach the other end of the bell wire to the positive post of the battery. Place the base of the metal T on top of the small block of wood. Pound a nail into the base of the metal T to hold it securely in place. The top part of the metal T should be positioned above the nail connectors and should not touch them. Press the doorbell switch and watch the metal T make a connection with the nail connectors. When you press the doorbell switch, electrons are allowed to flow through the wires from the negative post of the battery towards the positive post. Along the way, the electrons must pass through the loop of wire which is coiled around the two nails. The process of electrons passing through a coil of wire surrounding a nail produces a magnetic field. As a result, the magnetic field attracts the metal T so that it strikes the heads of the nails and makes a clicking sound. When you release the doorbell switch, the circuit is broken, and no electrons flow through the wires. As a result, the nails lose their electrically induced magnetism, and the metal T is released. To try another experiment, click on Factoid's Close button. Diode radio.
A diode radio? That sounds like a winner to me.
You're going to need magnet wire, bell wire, a wooden dowel, a bent piece of metal, a block of wood, a mica capacitor, a germanium diode, and L brackets. Wrap the magnet wire around a dowel so that the loops are touching each other. Be sure to leave two ends exposed at the opposite ends of the dowel. To do this, drag the magnet wire to the wooden dowel in the center screen. Attach the wooden dowel to the wooden block. Now you need to use the L brackets to attach the wooden dowel to the block. Anchor the L brackets to the block with tacks. Attach the tacks to each wire lead off the dowel. Be sure to pound the tacks only halfway into the block of wood. Place the capacitor at the end of the magnet wire leads. Place the bent metal strip perpendicular to the center of the wooden dowel. Then attach the other end of the capacitor to the bent piece of metal. Loosely tack the bent piece of metal to the wooden block. Place the diode on the right side of the capacitor. Pound a tack halfway into the wooden block next to the diode. Connect a short piece of wire to the tack at the end of the bent piece of metal. Pound a tack halfway into the wooden block next to this short piece of wire. Attach another short piece of wire to the tack on the end of the short piece of metal. Then connect the other end of the wire to the magnet wire lead coming from the left side of the wooden dowel. Attach some bell wire to the left magnet wire tack coming off the dowel rod. Then connect the other end of wire to a piece of metal. This will be your ground wire. Run 50 feet of stripped bell wire from the outside tack, which is holding the capacitor. This will be your antenna to pick up AM signals. Place the headphones next to the end tacks. Attach one lead from the headphones to the end of the diode tack. The other lead should be attached to the end of the bent metal tack. Pound each tack into the block of wood. To do this, click on each tack. Now you're ready to tune your AM radio. Try moving the tuner, which is the bent piece of metal. You should be able to hear radio stations.
back in a moment with young doctors in...
The antenna of the radio picks up AM signals. The ground wire provides the radio with its power from weak electrical currents in the ground. The bent piece of metal acts as the tuner to pick up the radio signals along the AM band. The capacitor is used to help filter out unwanted random electrical signals. The diode acts as an amplifier and a switch to allow these signals to flow in one direction through the headphones where they can be audibly detected.
If you want to learn more about the radio, check out Marconi in the theater. He is the father of radio. And macaroni is the father of pasta and cheese.
To try another experiment, click on Factoid's Close button. Diode radio. Simple motor.
The electric motor, this is very energizing.
You'll need a battery, some wire, 2 paper clips, a small bar magnet, and some tape. Wrap the wire around the battery 15 times. To do this, drag the wire to the battery in the center screen. Straighten out one side of each of 2 giant paper clips. Leave the other side looped. To do this, drag both paper clips to the center screen.
Now I will move the batteries into position. Watch very carefully.
Tape the paper clips to the batteries so that one paper clip is taped to the positive pole of one battery while the other paper clip is taped to the negative pole of the other battery. Attach one end of a piece of bell wire to the opposite side of one of the batteries. Then repeat this step with the other piece of wire. Tape these 2 pieces of wire into place. Place the coiled wire in between the paper clips with the lead ends inside the loops. Place the bar magnet by the batteries below the coiled wire. Connect the N wires together to start the motor. Electric motors convert electrical energy into mechanical energy. Mechanical energy is the energy of moving parts, while electrical energy is the flow of electrons. To do this, the coil of wire acts as a temporary magnet due to the electrons moving through the coil. Once this electromagnetic field is set up, the coil both repels and attracts the bar magnet below, causing the coil to spin. To try another experiment, click on Factoid's Close button. Help. Encyclopedia. Lab.
Since you've been here before, I think you know what to do.
Compound microscope. Electron microscope.
You have entered the world of the microscope. Would you like to help me build a microscope? Click whichever you like. If you want to see something that's very small, you have to have a special device. This device is called a microscope, and it allows us to see things that we could never see without it, like cells in our blood or little microscopic animals that live in your eyelashes.
The creation of the first microscope is shrouded in mystery. Many historians believe that Galileo, or the Dutch spectacle manufacturers Hans and Zacharias Janssen, invented the microscope around the year 1590.
The microscope is based on the principle of a magnifying lens. The first traces of this in history go way back to when man first noticed that a little droplet of water made things underneath it look bigger.
The compound microscope was the first type of microscope created, and it can be found in most schools and homes.
The compound microscope can enlarge objects up to 2,000 times their original size. There's lots of kinds of microscopes. The compound microscope uses light to magnify, but there are electron microscopes, there are ultraviolet microscopes, X-ray microscopes. There are more microscopes than you could shake a microscope at. The microscope of today is very similar to the one that was designed over 400 years ago. But instead of just talking about it, what you say, you and I build one together. Cube, it's a good idea, yes? Ha ha!
Of course, Professor.
To assemble the microscope, place the cursor on top of the blinking object and click down on the left button. Then, with your fingers still down, drag the object over to the platform and release the button. And guess what? That's how you build a microscope. First, you have to bring me the body tube. That's the one that's blinking.
Body tube. Body tube.
Next, I'll need the eyepiece. This is also called the ocular, and it goes on top of the body tube, and it will give us a magnification of 10 times.
Objective lens. Eyepiece. Eyepiece.
Next, we need a revolving nose piece. They call it the nose piece because it goes on the front of the microscope where the nose was be.
Nose piece.
Next, we need our objective lenses. We'll take 3 of them so we can have 3 different powers of magnification. And they will be placed on the bottom of the revolving nose piece.
Objective lens. Objective lens.
We now have 3 different objective lenses that give us 3 powers of magnification. This first one lets us see things 100 times bigger. The second one lets us see things 400 times bigger. And if we turn it one more time, we can see things 1,000 times bigger. Boy, that's a lot of magnification.
When you look down through the ocular eyepiece, the image that you will see will be upside down and backwards. This is called inversion.
If you've ever looked into the concave reflection of a dinner spoon, you can see that your face is upside down. This is what the first or objective lens does. It turns the image upside down. The ocular lens flip-flops it so that it's backwards. And that is why when you move your little slide under the microscope, you have to remember that every movement is backwards and upside down. It's confusing, but you get used to it. Okay, now we need to find the stage. Do you see where it is? Okay, drag it over here. This is where we will put our slides.
Stage.
Now, we have to install the stage clips. These are the clips that will hold our slide specimen flat on the stage so that it doesn't move. If it moves just a little bit, it will throw off everything. Drag it over here.
Stage clips.
Just below the stage, there's a round wheel with little holes in it of all different sizes. This is the iris, like the iris in your eye. It opens and closes to allow different amounts of light to pass through the opening. You see, it's very brilliant. It's time now to drag the mirror over to the bottom of the stage. This will allow light to be reflected up through the iris diaphragm, through the center hole, through the specimen, and eventually into your eye.
Mirror.
And now everything is held together, right? Now I want you to drag over what we call the coarse adjustment knob and the fine adjustment knob.
Adjustment knobs.
Now that you've built your microscope, let's see if it works. I'll just zip up here to the eyepiece, or the ocular. This is one big ocular, huh, Bits? Maybe I shrunk, or do you think the microscope grew? Either way, it's all relative. Ha-ha! Now, I don't have anything to look at. Bits, do me a favor and go down to the stage and be my subject. Bits, you have to get under the objective lens if I'm going to see you. Do you see? Good. Hello there, Bits. I can see that your stitches have healed very nicely. I think it's my best work, don't you? Is that a flea in your fur or a crumb of kibble? Either way, I think it's disgusting. Anyways, let's see what you look like under different powers of magnification. You have 3 objectives that you can choose from. 10, 40, or 100. So click on the one that you want, and then you can pick a slide from the slide tray and put that underneath and have a look. Magnified 100 times, Bits looks pretty good. Magnified 400 times, he looks even better. Magnified 1,000 times, I'm getting scared. Ah! Thank you, Bits. The microscopic objects and organisms are located in the slide box over there. All you have to do is click on one of the slide door icons that you like. You can pick either plants, animals, fiber, bacteria, protozoans, or everyday objects. Use the up and down arrows to view your choices and click the X to select the slide. It's easy, isn't it? You can view the slide under 100 magnification, 400 magnification, or 1000 magnification just by clicking on the objective lens. When you're finished viewing the slide, just choose another one the same way. You don't have to put it back. Now, if you're doing this in real life, you always put your slides back. Click on the electron microscope icon that Factoid is holding if you want to view objects more than 1,000 times magnification.
Plant. Daisy. Spirogyra. Tilia. Elodia leaf. Lung. Bone. Hair. Anabaena heterocysts. Drosophila chromosomes. Blood. Muscle. Artery. Kidney. Appendix. Cerebrum. Spider. Muscle gills. Earthworm intestine. Snail radula. Common. Animal. Trichinella. Ascaris. Grand. Mitosis. silk. Paper fiber. Wool fiber. Rayon fiber. Nylon fiber. Linen fiber. Cotton fiber. Bacillus chains. Paramecium. Volvox. Amoeba. Trypsinoma. Daphne. Paramecium. Salt crystals. Dust. Sugar crystals. Penny. Gravel. Paperclip. Dime. $20 bill. Sponge. Finger. Color picture newsprint. Daisy. Help. Theater. Lab. Compound microscope. Electron microscope.
Now that you have a microscope, you'll need something to look at. Well, don't worry. I've prepared lots of slides for you. Here's what you do. You can either look at plants, animals, viruses, bacteria, protozoans, or everyday objects. You use the up and down arrows to scroll through the selection list. When you find a slide you like, click the X, and bingo, the slide is yours.
Strawberry. Mosquito. Ant. Varicella chickenpox virus. Mumps virus. Coxsackie bee virus. Khaleesi virus. Poliovirus type 1. Rotavirus single-shelled particles. Rotavirus double-shelled particles. Para-influenza virus. Influenza C. Influenza, a late passage. Influenza, an early passage. Yellow fever virus. Rubella virus. Polyomavirus. Lacrosse virus. Measles plus SV, rubeola. Para-influenza virus. Hepatitis B. Vaccinia virus. Adenovirus. Herpes simplex virus. Rotavirus. Parvovirus H1. Coronavirus OC. Arenavirus. Marburg virus. Ebola virus. Vesicular stomatitis virus. Feline leukemia virus. Respiratory syncytial virus. Immune electron micrograph Norwalk agent. Rheovirus type. various forms of ORF virus, various forms of herpes simplex virus, adenovirus, simian varicella virus, paramyxovirus, Citrobacter freundii bacteria, protozoa, comet dust, dust, glucose crystals, computer chip, strawberry, help, lab, theater.
Here's how you have fun in my theater. Do you see those 3 cans marked scientists, inventions, and inventors? Good. Click on one of them and you'll see a menu appear. From that list, you can select whether you want to learn about a scientist, an inventor, or his invention. This is going to be fun.
Scientists, inventors, inventions. Scientists.
Daniel Bernoulli was a Swiss scientist born in 1700. Aside from being one of the first in Europe to accept the revolutionary physics of Isaac Newton, he also developed a very important principle in 1738, and we call it Bernoulli's principle.
Bernoulli's principle is important to understanding flight. His principle says that where you have a fast-moving air or liquid, you have a low-pressure situation. And with slow-moving air or liquid, you have a high-pressure situation.
This helps to explain how something as huge as a jet or airplane can stay in the air. Bernoulli's principle.
You can learn more about Bernoulli's principle if you click on the airplane in the lab.
Nicholas Copernicus changed our view of the universe. He was born in 1473 and is best known for his heliocentric theory, which states that our solar system has its sun at the center and not the Earth, as the Roman Catholic Church believed.
His theories were not published until after his death in 1543. Unfortunately, his ideas scared a lot of people. The heliocentric theory meant that the universe was much larger than anyone had previously thought.
Of course it scared people, because before Copernicus came along, everybody believed that the Earth was the center of everything, and everything revolved around that. But Copernicus said no, and this made the Roman Catholic Church a little upset, because they said yes, the Earth is the center.
A Greek astronomer and mathematician known as Ptolemy developed a theory known as geocentrism. This theory stated that the Earth was the center of the universe and has been accepted for over 1,600 years until Copernicus came along. The Roman Catholic Church refused to believe the sun was the center of the universe.
In 1616, 73 years after his death, the Church issued an edict against Copernicus. It wasn't for many decades that they finally said, you know something? He was right. Cube, do you have a photo of Madame Curie somewhere in there? The Curies did most of their work in Paris and are best known for their experiments in radioactivity. Together, they lived and loved and paved the way for understanding the future of atomic energy and its enormous power.
It was the Curies' experiments with radioactivity that led to their discovery of the elements radium and polonium in 1898.
Polonium was actually named after Marie's native country of Poland.
Previous to his studies with Marie, Pierre discovered that above a certain temperature, magnetic properties disappear. It is known as the Curie temperature.
In 1903, Marie Curie shared the Nobel Prize in Physics with another physicist for discovering radioactivity. In 1911, she received the second Nobel Prize in Chemistry for isolating pure radium, making her the only woman to receive 2 Nobel Prizes. Charles Darwin was an evolutionary scientist whose work was very important in the fields of life science and earth science.
Darwin graduated from college in 1831 and then worked as an unpaid naturalist on a scientific expedition around the world aboard the HMS Beagle. Darwin made extremely valuable observations while on the English survey ship.
He discovered, for example, that certain fossils of supposedly extinct species very closely resembled living species in the same geographical area. These observations helped Darwin to formulate his world-renowned theory, which is called natural selection. Darwin's complete theory was originally published in his book called On the Origins of the Species.
On the Origin of Species is often referred to as the book that shook the world. One of Darwin's principal theories in the book can be summed up with the phrase, the survival of the fittest.
Survival of the fittest referred to the fact that living organisms which survive to produce the next generation tend to embody favorable natural variations and mutations which are then passed on by heredity.
And therefore each generation adapts better than the preceding generation. Darwin stated that this gradual and continuous process was the source of the evolution of the species.
Darwin's ideas were publicly attacked by scientists and religious opponents who felt that Darwin's theories denied the existence of God. Darwin spent the rest of his years supporting his research until he died in 1882 at the age of 73.
Albert Einstein.
Born in 1879, Albert Einstein may be the most well-known scientist of the 20th century or even of all time, except, of course, for myself, Virgil Reality. Ta-ta!
As a child, Einstein was curious about nature and showed a striking ability to understand mathematical concepts. Later, he found that school was taught without imagination and frequently cut classes to study physics on his own or to play his violin. He did graduate from college, however, in 1900, having studied from a classmate's notes.
Einstein won the Nobel Prize for his work on the photoelectric effect, but most people know him for the theory of general relativity and his famous formula E equals mc squared, where E equals energy, m equals mass, and c squared equals the speed of light squared. So, energy equals mass moving at the speed of light squared. It's so simple if you think of it relatively. It's simple.
Astronomers from all over the world join Albert Einstein at Mount Wilson's observatory for two reasons: to help prove the scientist's theory of relativity and to point and laugh at his hair.
Einstein was an incredible scientist with an incredible mind. Most of all, he was curious. He wanted to know more about the world around him. And he wanted to do it his way. Albert, the important thing is not to stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existing. It is enough if one tries merely to comprehend a little of this mystery every day and never lose a holy curiosity.
Enrico Fermi.
In 1901, Enrico Fermi was born. He was a great Italian physicist known for his role in the Manhattan Project. The Manhattan Project was the codename for a massive, secret project that involved a huge team of international scientists all working to construct the first atomic bomb. I think we have a picture of him somewhere. Don't we, Cube? Ah, yes, that is it. That's Mr. Fermi right there.
In 1938, Enrico Fermi received the Nobel Prize in Physics for his experiments in producing radioactivity. Most of his work was done in Europe until the eve of World War II, when he escaped to the United States.
The race for the atomic bomb had begun. Once in the United States, Fermi continued doing research in nuclear fission until he demonstrated the first self-sustained chain nuclear reaction in 1942. 3 years later, he and a team of scientists detonated the Manhattan Project's first atomic bomb in Alamogordo, New Mexico.
I can show you what happened with this video.
That's a very big explosion, and the radioactivity is very bad. So please, if any of you have atomic bombs, please don't use them.
Galileo Galilei, Part 1.
In 1604, Galileo Galilei formulated his basic law of falling bodies. This law says that all bodies fall at the same rate in a vacuum.
On the Earth, if you drop a feather next to a hammer, or next to bits here, for example, bits or the hammer would hit the ground before the feather.
This is because the presence of air makes friction, and the friction slows down the feather more than it slows down bits. But on the moon, where there is a vacuum, they would hit the ground at the same time. You see?
Galileo also invented a stronger telescope in 1609. It allowed him to see mountains on the moon, as well as other objects out in space that no one had ever seen before.
One day when he was looking through his telescope, he saw Jupiter, and around it he saw moons orbiting. Aha, he said to himself, this must indicate that the Earth rotates around the sun. Boom! This led him to support Copernicus's heliocentric theory,
which said that the sun was the center of all things and that everything else revolved around it.
This got Galileo into big trouble. In 1632, he published his famous dialogue in support of his theory, and he was brought before the Spanish Inquisition. Oh, if you want to hear what happened to him, click on Galileo again. Galileo Galilei was imprisoned by the Spanish Inquisition for supporting Copernicus's theory. At that time, church authorities had the power over life and death, and they supported the theory that the Earth was the center of all things.
When Galileo agreed with Copernicus that the Earth revolved around the sun and that the sun was actually the center of all things, he challenged that existing theory.
But more importantly, he challenged the church, and the church did not like to be challenged.
He was condemned to life imprisonment for publishing information that supported Copernicanism, which had been outlawed by the church in Rome. Later, his sentence was reduced to house arrest in his native village near Florence, where he was allowed to continue his research.
I'm not saying that the Roman Catholic Church bears a grudge, but they did not absolve Galileo of his wrongdoing until October of 1992. Phew, what a wait! Edmund Halley is most famous for A. Halley Mills, B. Halley on the Mantle, or C. Halley's Comet. That's right. The famous comet Halley was named by Edmund Halley.
Edmund Halley was born in 1656. He was a British astronomer and mathematician who discovered that, like the Earth, comets orbit the sun.
Before Halley's discovery, people thought that every comet was a brand new one. Now we know that they come back and visit on a regular basis, so maybe we should have parties for them. This is called the periodicity of the comet. If you want to know more about comets and Halley's Comet, you can find them in space.
Halley played an active role in the events of his time. And, this might surprise you, he helped to support Isaac Newton financially.
That's right. Halley was intrigued by Newton's theories, particularly the laws that applied to comets. So, Halley encouraged Newton to write his great book, Mathematica Principia, which he later published at his own expense. That was very nice of Halley, and it helped Newton to develop the Fig Newton. Just kidding.
Robert Hooke.
The British scientist Robert Hooke was the first to use the word cell. It is from the word cellular, which means, are you ready? Little room. That's so cute.
In 1665, Hooke observed slices of cork under a microscope that he had constructed and saw little compartments that reminded him of the cells found in a monastery. We now know that these miniature empty structures were the outer walls of dead cells.
About the same time, Antony van Leeuwenhoek, the great Dutch microscope maker, was using a more advanced microscope to observe cells that were found in drops of blood.
But it wasn't until 1824 that a French scientist established that all living tissue was made up of cells.
In 1726, James Hutton was born and grew up to give us some very important ideas about geology.
Before Hutton, most scientists believed that the Earth had been shaped by a short and violent period of underground upheaval and flooding. Hutton believed the natural processes operated over a long time to mold the Earth.
To confirm his belief, Hutton observed layers of sedimentary rock. Cube, show me some examples, please.
He believed layers like these had been formed by a very gradual succession of soil deposits and geological events like earthquakes, volcanoes, and landslides.
By observing these layers of rock, Hutton developed a theory which he called the idea of geological time.
And although it seems obvious to us now, the idea that the Earth is extremely old and has been developing for millions of years was a new concept less than 300 years ago. By the middle of the 19th century, and after much debate, Hutton finally convinced some people of his theory.
We refer to this theory as uniformitarianism. That's right, uniformitarianism. Try spelling that in Scrabble. You'll have enough points to win for a year. The theory is that the geological formations on the Earth's surface developed slowly over a long period of time. This concept also later influenced Darwin in his theories of evolution. Believe and think not, doubt and perish. Those are the words of the great 19th century mathematician Augusta Ada Byron King, Countess of Lovelace, and one heck of a smart lady.
Ada was the daughter of the famous English poet Lord Byron. Her mother, Lady Byron, separated from her husband and took all of her children with her, including Ada. She was encouraged to pursue any endeavor that was different from her father's, so Ada pursued her interest in mathematics.
Studying on her own, she corresponded with the best mathematicians of her time. In 1830, Charles Babbage was working on his analytical engine. This was considered to be the precursor of the electric computer, even though it was only a mechanical device.
Charles and Ada met at a ball, and Ada was taken with how quickly and accurately Babbage's machine could add numbers. She became the programmer for his engine many years later.
Although the engine was never finished, Ada not only knew how to program it, but she was able to anticipate its future uses with remarkable foresight. She predicted that such a machine would someday be used to generate music and artificial intelligence.
We know this from the only paper she ever published, which was entitled The Difference Engine. Many consider her the inventor of computer programming.
Unfortunately, the rest of Ada's life was tainted with gambling debts and an illness that ended her life prematurely at the age of 36.
Today, the name Ada also refers to a high-level computer language commissioned by the United States Department of Defense in the late 1970s.
It was named in honor of Augusta Ada Byron King, Countess of Lovelace. Thank you for your greatness and your wonderful contribution to the world of computers.
Ada Lovelace.
Believe and think not, doubt and perish. Those are the words of the great 19th century mathematician Augusta Ada Byron King, Countess of Lovelace, and one heck of a smart lady.
Ada was the daughter of the famous English poet Lord Byron. Her mother, Lady Byron, separated from her husband and took all of her children with her, including Ada. She was encouraged to pursue any endeavor that was different from her father's, so Ada pursued her interest in mathematics.
Studying on her own, she corresponded with the best mathematicians of her time. In 1830, Charles Babbage was working on his analytical engine. This was considered to be the precursor of the electric computer, even though it was only a mechanical device.
Charles and Ada met at a ball, and Ada was taken with how quickly and accurately Babbage's machine could add numbers. She became the programmer for his engine many years later.
Although the engine was never finished, Ada not only knew how to program it, but she was able to anticipate its future uses. With remarkable foresight, she predicted that such a machine would someday be used to generate music and artificial intelligence.
We know this from the only paper she ever published, which was entitled The Difference Engine. Many consider her the inventor of computer programming.
Unfortunately, the rest of Ada's life was tainted with gambling debts and an illness that ended her life prematurely at the age of 36.
Today, the name Ada also refers to a high-level computer language commissioned by the United States Department of Defense in the late 1970s.
It was named in honor of Augusta Ada Byron King, Countess of Lovelace. Thank you for your greatness and your wonderful contribution to the world of computers. Gregor Mendel was an Austrian monk whose experimental work became the basis for modern hereditary theory.
Mendel began investigating the variation, heredity, and evolution of the pea plants at his monastery's experimental garden. Between 1856 and 1863, he cultivated and tested nearly 30,000 pea plants, carefully analyzing 7 pairs of seed and plant characteristics.
This experimentation brought to light 2 very important themes, which later became known as the laws of heredity. While conducting his experiments, he also created his theories of dominance and recessiveness.
Mendel published his work in 1866, but it received no public attention. In fact, it wasn't until years after his death in 1884 that his work began to receive the recognition it deserved.
In 1869, the Russian chemist Dmitry Mendeleev developed a table that classified the chemical elements in ascending order according to their atomic mass.
This allowed scientists to establish relationships between elements that had previously been considered separate entities.
Today, the periodic table is one of the most useful tools in all of science. Plus, it makes a handsome poster.
The motivation behind Mendeleev's work on the periodic table is an interesting one. While teaching chemistry at the University of St. Petersburg, he felt that he could find no suitable book for his class, so he wrote his own.
It was called The Principles of Chemistry, and it was published in Russian, English, French, and German. While he was writing this book, he formulated the periodic law that was the basis for his periodic table of the elements.
You can find out more on the periodic table in the lab.
Isaac Newton.
In 1642, Isaac Newton was born. He was an English mathematician and a physicist.
When you hear Newton, you probably think of gravity and picture an apple falling on his head. As one of the most influential figures of his time, Isaac Newton established principles of natural science that have dominated Western thought ever since.
In 1684, Newton had a visit from his friend Edmund Halley to discuss the planetary orbits. It was this visit that inspired Newton to refocus his scientific studies, and years later, Newton perfected his famous 3 laws of motion.
And they were: 1. A force must be applied in order to start an object into motion or to change its direction if it is already moving. 2. The amount of change in the object's motion is proportional to the amount of force applied. And 3. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction.
Newton put forth these laws as well as the law of universal gravitation and his publication entitled The Mathematical Principles of Celestial Mechanics, or the Principia Fallacia Naturalis Principia Mathematica. Whew! No wonder not many people read it. It's a very hard book to order on the phone. Yes, I'd like a copy of the Philosophia Naturalis. Never mind, I'll pick it up.
Newton's laws combined with Kepler's laws of planetary motion became the foundation for the law of universal gravitation.
And that has changed the way that we see our universe. You see, what goes up must come down. Hans Ørsted was a Danish physicist who is credited with being the first to discover a connection between electricity and magnetism.
During an experiment in 1820, Ørsted placed a wire parallel to a compass needle and then passed current through the wire. The result of the flow of electricity deflected the compass needle to a right angle with respect to the wire.
When he reversed the flow of current through the wire, the needle was again deflected to a right angle, 180 degrees opposite from where it was originally deflected.
Ørsted's work was instrumental in providing scientists with an understanding of the relationships between electricity and magnetism.
Jonas Salk.
The Salk vaccine gives promise in the conquest of the dreaded polio infection. Millions of hopeful parents bring their children to hastily set up inoculation centers all over the nation.
Microbiologist Jonas Salk was born in New York City in 1914. In 1953, he developed the first vaccine against poliomyelitis, commonly known as polio.
Polio is a disease that previously would cripple and even kill children.
The vaccine was injected into the body. By 1955, it had greatly reduced the number of polio cases among children and saved thousands of lives every year. Cube can show you.
A vaccination is the same thing as an immunization. It is a step in preventative medicine that makes people immune to an infection by giving them a form of the infection through a shot or in a drink.
The infection in the injection is not strong enough to make people sick, but it's there to cause antibodies to build up to attack another incoming injection that resembles the infection. These antibodies help to prevent infections. That's why you get the injection.
Count Alessandro Volta.
Count Alexander Volta was an Italian physicist who invented the first electric battery in 1800.
In 1755, Count Volta invented a device that could transfer an electric charge to other objects. Before this, scientists had thought that only animal tissue could conduct electricity.
In 1800, Volta's discovery of these principles led to the invention of the battery, which was a shocking situation. Napoleon was so delighted that he named Volta Count Volta, so that he could count all the batteries that he was making for Napoleon.
A volt is a unit of electric potential and was named in the Count's honor. To learn about how batteries work, you can find one in the lab.
Inventors. Scientists. Inventors. Edwin Armstrong.
If you listen to an FM radio, you know the sound is nice and clear, and sometimes in stereo. That's because of Mr. Edwin Armstrong. He invented FM, and it stands for frequency modulation. So it goes from this to nice and clear. Right, Cube?
That's right, Professor. Edwin Armstrong was born in New York in 1890. As an electrical engineer, he made many contributions to the development of the radio, and he patented FM radio in 1933.
Boy, I bet you he made a bundle from that one. Click on to Marconi if you want to learn more about other pioneers in the field of radio.
Charles Babbage.
Charles Babbage was an English mathematician who lived in the 1800s. He is known as the father of the computer. 1800s? Did you know computers were that old?
Actually, others had invented mechanical calculating machines, but Babbage was the first to understand how a machine could perform several different calculations rather than just doing the same one. His machine was also the first that was capable of storing instructions.
Babbage decided in 1833 that he would start to build his machine. And you know what he called it? I love this. An analytical engine.
It actually had many features of the modern computer. Among these were an ability to store partial results, an ability to make choices, and a printer that allowed you to create a permanent record.
Unfortunately, Babbage died before he could finish building his computer. Some say that if he lived to be 1,000 years old, he would have never finished it. It was just too complicated for the technology that existed at that time.
Alexander Graham Bell. John Baird.
In 1926, using homemade equipment, John Baird succeeded in transmitting a television picture to a small screen. The picture showed a human face. Sorry, Bits, it's not you. But that's not to say you couldn't have your own sitcom. You could call it a Bitscom.
John Baird was born in Scotland in 1888. We have him to thank not just for television, but also for transmitting the first transatlantic TV signal, as well as for demonstrating color TV in 1928.
Alexander Graham Bell.
In 1847, Alexander Graham Bell was born in Edinburgh, Scotland. He moved to the United States, where he taught music. He is most famous for his invention of the telephone.
And he also taught speech to the deaf.
This combined understanding of speech and musical tones helped inspire him to invent the telephone.
From the age of 18, Bell had been working on the idea of transmitting speech electrically. In 1876, he transmitted the first complete sentence.
He said, "Watson, come here, I want you." His telephone was a success, and it immediately introduced to the world. In 1877, he organized the Bell Telephone Company, and I'm still paying them today. Hello? Sorry, Mr. Bell is not here. He died in 1922.
Leonardo da Vinci.
Cube, before we begin, why don't you give us a little peek at some of the things Signora Leonardo da Vinci invented?
Of course, Professor, here's one. In 1965, the Patent Office honored Da Vinci as one of the most inventive minds of all time.
Celebrating 175 years of protecting inventors, the U.S. Patent Office in Washington, D.C. honors Leonardo da Vinci as one of the greatest minds of all times.
Leonardo da Vinci is a famous artist. He is an architect. He is an engineer. He is a scientist. He grew up in Italy, in a little town called Vinci. And his name, Leonardo da Vinci, means simply, hey, he was from Vinci. He was a great painter.
As a scientist and an artist, Da Vinci understood the importance of precise observation. He anticipated a number of modern discoveries in meteorology and geology, including continental formation and the origin of fossils. He created intricate drawings that outlined how parachutes, alarm clocks, diving suits, and submarines could be built. He developed flying machines as well, and although they didn't work, he had the right idea.
That's right. Imagine thinking of things that wouldn't come to fruition for hundreds and hundreds of years. It's like one of you taking down your notebook and drawing inventions that won't be invented for hundreds and hundreds of years. Imagine writing a Stupelhucher or a Bachachel. Well, Da Vinci did it when he thought about things like parachutes and diving chutes back then when no one knew. And it wasn't until Napoleon, 200 years later, that his ideas were rediscovered.
Da Vinci also made many discoveries in geology. He was the one to first suggest that many of the Earth's features were shaped by a gradual erosive process.
When he found out that there were mountains in Italy that had marine fossils, Da Vinci theorized that that meant the mountains were one time underneath the oceans. This may seem obvious to you, but this is scientific thought in its sweetest form. Go get them, Leonardo.
Leonardo da Vinci. George Eastman.
In 1888, George Eastman invented the first simple camera, and for the first time, taking pictures was easy. The camera was described as convenient as the pencil.
Eastman had realized from experience that someone needed to make a smaller camera.
George was planning an exotic vacation, and he wanted to take some pictures while he was there, so when he got home, he could bore his neighbors with his vacation shots. But when he saw how heavy the standard equipment was, he said, forget about it. I think I better make something simpler, something light.
Well, Professor, he probably should have taken that vacation because he was about to spend a lot of time in his dark rooms. In fact, his first lab was in his mother's kitchen. Years later, in 1888, he unveiled the Kodak to the public.
And I remember the slogan. It was, you press the button and we do the rest.
Eastman made the world of photography accessible to everyone. And today, although most parts of the handheld camera have been refined, the camera itself is still the same as George's original Kodak.
That's right. So when you take a picture, you can thank George Eastman. Unless it's a Polaroid. And then you can thank Mr. Polaroid.
Thomas Edison.
I never did anything worth doing by accident, nor did any of my inventions come by accident. They came by work. Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration.
Thomas Edison was born in 1847 and was one of the most productive inventors of all time. You probably know him best for his invention of the incandescent light bulb in 1879. You can learn more about it in the lab. A lot of you may not know this, but that was not his favorite invention. Edison invented the thing that he was the most proud of when he made a phonograph.
Also among his hundreds of inventions are the movie projector and the alkaline storage battery. He is also famous for developing the world's first central electric light power station in New York City in 1882. It provided enough power to light 7,200 lamps throughout the city and led to the construction of many other central power stations.
Thomas Edison wanted to develop a wireless communication system, so he began to experiment, trying to generate vibrations between pieces of metal. Then he saw sparks. He thought he had come across something, and when he was unable to measure the electromagnetic energy, he figured he had come across a new effect, which he called, quite modestly, the Edison effect.
As it turned out, electromagnetic radiation was present, but Edison's equipment just wasn't sophisticated enough to detect it. In 1887, another scientist by the name of Hertz detected this electromagnetic energy and opened the door to radio telegraphy.
By the time he died in 1931, Thomas Edison had patented over 1,000 inventions. In 1929, a lot of lucky young boys got to meet this famous inventor. Cube, show me the pictures.
Every state in the Union sends its brightest boy to meet Thomas Edison and vie for scholarships and prizes. Mr. Edison vows to drop the evening gown competition in the future.
Okay, what do you want to talk about next? Do you want to learn about an inventor, a principle of science, a color? Come on, don't be afraid. Science is fun, and it's for everyone too.
Henry.
I invented the modern age. The first thing we know about Henry Ford is he is not a modest man. That's for sure. Born in 1863, Ford was an American industrialist, best known for his pioneering successes with the automobile. In 1903, he founded the Ford Motor Company, and in 1908, the Ford Motor Company began production of the first Model T. By 1927, over 15 million Model Ts had been sold. That's a lot of crossing your T's.
The original Model T had a detachable engine. Once removed from the car, it could be used to saw wood, pump water, and even run farm machinery. This car was a phenomenal success until 1927, when it was discontinued in favor of a newer model. You can learn more about early cars in the laboratory.
We, to make automobiles, is to make one automobile just like another automobile. Just as one match is like another match when it comes from the factory.
Benjamin Franklin.
Born in Boston in 1706, Benjamin Franklin became known as a printer, a moralist, an essayist, a civic leader,
A scientist, an inventor, a statesman, a diplomat, a philosopher, a model American, and of course, he is most famous for his kite experiment in 1752. By sending a kite up into a lightning storm with the key attached to a string, he discovered that lightning, which people thought at that time was mysterious and terrifying, was actually a form of electricity.
Today, we all take electricity for granted. We walk into a room and turn on a light switch, or the TV, or we head for the refrigerator. All those things require electricity. So you can thank Benjamin Franklin next time you use a little electricity. Following his kite experiment, Franklin invented lightning rods that soon topped buildings all over America and Europe.
Lightning rods are made of metal so that they attract the lightning that comes from the sky. This way, they can make it hit the lightning rod instead of people or something important in the building. The lightning rod funnels the electricity through the rod and into the ground, where it is neutralized or grounded.
You might also have heard of the Franklin stove. Invented in 1740, it was used to heat buildings all over Europe and North America.
Franklin also had his own newspaper called the Pennsylvania Gazette. In it, he had really witty things to say, like this one. Early to bed and early to rise. Makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise.
Benjamin Franklin was also a brilliant correspondent and influential politician, known for his good humor. In 1765, he became chief defender of American rights in Britain. During the Revolutionary War of 1776, Franklin became a legend among the ladies of Paris with his witty letters and anecdotes.
Benjamin Franklin was an original thinker and proposed an entirely different alphabet in 1768 to make spelling more controllable.
He thought that we should drop the letters C, J, Q, W, X, and Y, and substitute 6 totally new ones, so that every sound in the language could be expressed with just one letter.
That's not a bad idea, to tell you the truth. Franklin did lots of important things to help everybody, including the United States constitutional ratification. We are very grateful to Mr. Franklin. Plus, is on the $100 bill. Who doesn't like that? Buckminster Fuller was a visionary architect and inventor who is responsible for changing the way man understood structures. He designed vehicles and structures that maximize what you got out of them and minimize the natural materials necessary to build them, working in true harmony with the Earth, the solar system, and the universe.
One of his most significant innovations was the invention of the geodesic dome in 1947. Built as a sphere constructed of triangles, it enclosed more volume with less material than any other structure.
Cube, in something of this nature, it's best to show an example.
Here's one, Professor.
One of Buckminster Fuller's geodesic domes has gone up on a Hollywood hillside, and there's a woman living in it.
And one heck of a smart lady, too. Beautiful. It looks like an igloo made of triangles.
Buckminster Fuller also believed that man's mobility should be limitless, so he invented things to increase it. Earlier in his career, in 1928, he built the Dynamaxian house, also called the 4D house, as in four-dimensional. The donut-shaped structure was factory-assembled and inexpensive to produce, as well as completely self-contained and movable at any time.
He also has over 2,000 patents in his name, and in some of his books, he writes beautiful poetry. Thanks, Bucky.
Grace.
The computer compiler was invented by Rear Admiral Grace Murray Harper in 1952. Boy, that's a tongue twister, Cube. Please tell them what a compiler does while I untie my tongue.
Computers can only understand instructions written in binary code, which consist of zeros and ones. The first programmers had to write all their programs in binary code. This was often a lengthy and tedious process.
That's why Grace Harper's compiler was so brilliant. It revolutionized computer software because it allowed computer programmers to use special languages that resemble English more than numbers to write their programs. This made it a lot more sensible for people to become programmers and still have normal social lives.
The compiler then translated these languages back into binary code. Professor, did you know that Grace also hung a clock in her office that ran counterclockwise?
That's right, Cube. She was a very brilliant woman, and she wanted people to think that something can be done different. Just because you think it's done one way, doesn't mean the other way may not be a little bit better.
Robert Goddard.
Born in 1882, Robert Goddard was an American physicist who paved the way for the modern rocket. In 1926, he successfully fired the world's first liquid-fueled rocket.
It was a simple pressure-fed rocket that burned gasoline and liquid oxygen. It traveled only 184 feet, but it proved that a liquid-fueled rocket would indeed fly.
Robert Goddard realized his childhood dreams by becoming a pioneer in the unexplored science of rocketry. Goddard's first great success came in March of 1926 when his rocket reached a height of 41 feet. Goddard continued his study of rocketry while he worked as a professor. His ideas were discounted by the military, but they re-emerged as the bazooka of World War II. However, all Goddard's foray into rocketry was made almost independent of government support. He dared to take a first step, and in doing so, began man's greatest adventure. Charles Goodyear.
Charles Goodyear was born in 1860. He was an American inventor who discovered vulcanized rubber. That has nothing to do with the Vulcans on TV, but more to do with the tires on your car.
Before vulcanized rubber, Brazilian gum rubber was used, but it wasn't very practical. When it got hot, it turned sticky, and when it got cold, it became brittle.
Like many great discoveries, Goodyear discovered his by accident. He was experimenting on how to improve gum rubber. He found that when he heated a mixture of rubber and sulfur, the result was a stronger, more stable and more elastic rubber.
The new rubber was promoted in many ways, with products ranging from rubber balls to rubber utensils to rubber furniture.
To even this, a rubber glider, which doesn't seem like a very good idea, but if it were to crash, it could bounce back into the sky.
From our What Will They Think Of Next department comes inventor Taylor McDaniel and his wreck-proof rubber glider. Government aviation experts can't believe their eyes as pilot Joe Bergling takes the rubber flying machine up in the air and then deliberately crashes it to the ground. Pilot Bergling was then taken home to his rubber room.
Unfortunately, Goodyear did not patent his secret for improving rubber, and he died a poor man.
But in case you were wondering, the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company was named in his honor.
Sure, it was named in his honor, but where's the cash?
Theodore Maiman.
The American physicist Theodore Maiman was the first to discover and demonstrate a laser.
Laser stands for light amplification by the stimulated emission of radiation. The first glimpse of successful optical radiation was obtained with Maiman's experimental ruby laser in 1960.
He took a ruby and silvered off one side of it. The light would then bounce back and forth inside the ruby until it became so intense, boom, it broke through, amplified, and so intense that it could cut through material. Today, lasers are used for CD-ROMs, so you couldn't be seeing me without the work of Mr. Maiman. Guglielmo Marconi was an Italian engineer who was considered to be the inventor of the radio. He had to be a radio inventor. With a name like Guglielmo, what was he gonna do, play soccer?
In 1895, after toying with wireless telegraphy for 5 years, Marconi succeeded in sending radio signals using a directional antenna. By 1897, he had formed Marconi's Wireless Telegraph Company, and shortly after, he established communication across the English Channel between England and France.
Soon, Marconi's system was utilized to send signals across the Atlantic. This was a milestone in transatlantic communication.
By 1907, Marconi's system had improved so much that transatlantic radio communication was established for public use.
This meant that friends and relatives could talk to each other, even if they lived far apart. In 1909... Cube, help me!
In 1909, Marconi shared the Nobel Prize in Physics with C.F. Braun for their pioneering work in wireless telegraphy.
Years later, during World War I, he was put in charge of the Italian wireless service, where he developed shortwave transmission as a means of secret communication.
Marconi continued to study radio waves throughout his life. When he died in 1937, the radio world honored him with a 2-minute radio silence.
Unfortunately, lots of people just thought their radios were broken.
Benjamin Franklin. Jules Verne.
Science fiction writer Jules Verne is honored as one of the greatest thinkers of the 19th century. A remarkable series of drawings demonstrate that he wrote about inventions that didn't yet exist: the ocean liner, the helicopter, the submarine, and rockets. However, not even the great thinker Verne could imagine the garden weasel.
Eli Whitney.
Eli Whitney was able to look at normal objects and realize they had other potentials. He saw a clothes wringer and turned it into a cotton gin.
Whitney's invention of the cotton gin in 1793 created the immense cotton industry in the United States. Before that, removing seeds from cotton had to be done by hand and took a long time, which made it very tedious and costly.
The cotton fields are being picked faster than ever thanks to a new invention, the mechanical cotton picker.
With Eli's machine, the cotton is fed into ringers, which separate the useful fibers from the useless seeds.
He used wires as teeth to break the seeds away from the cotton. The brush swept the seeds away at the end. This is almost exactly how the modern cotton gin works.
Lots of people spent their whole lives trying to invent a cotton gin that would work, but all the other machines were damaged and the cotton took too much of the seed with it, and some of them got rusty. It was Eli's that was trusty.
Eli's gin worked, and it cut the labor of picking cotton substantially.
Plus, Eli was lucky to have a rich southern widow to support him. She allowed him to live in her home free of charge while he refined his machine, and her plantation was the first to receive one.
Scientists. Invention. The Easy Wake Alarm Clock.
Happened in 1888, the Easy Wake alarm clock was one of the silliest contraptions ever invented. And you should be happy that you don't own one, right, Q?
That's right, Professor. This clock hung from the ceiling, and when it was time to wake up, a piece of the clock dropped onto the bed. The major drawback to the Easy Wake was that it sometimes knocked people out when it woke them up.
Possibly one of the most unpleasant devices ever invented was the alarm obeyed. At the same time, the bed flipped on its side and threw its startled occupant to the floor. Boy, talk about a wake-up call.
Chew.
Some people believe that the first person to create chewing gum was J. Curtis in 1848, and he made it out of spruce resin from the sap of trees. Other people believe it was Charles Adams who discovered chewing gum, who flavored it with pine. Ugh, I hope he didn't use too much of the bark.
It has been estimated that almost 24 million miles of chewing gum roll out of United States factories every year.
And half of it ends up underneath tables in restaurants where I have dinner. Have you ever looked? It's disgusting.
Electric hair cutter.
Now here is a creative use for electricity.
There's excitement in the air and electricity in the hair thanks to this new hair cutting technique. It certainly makes every style current.
Mechanical swimming device.
Have you learned to swim yet? Do you want to learn again?
Learning to swim is going, well, swimmingly, thanks to this device that teaches you to swim and grind coffee beans at the same time.
Mechanical swimming device. Driving goggle.
Oh boy, who wouldn't look good in a pair of these?
Paris, France is the cradle of fashion. And here's the latest. Driving goggles complete with windshield wipers on the lenses. Here's mud, water, snow, and slush in your eye.
Driving goggles. Alcohol-free car.
This might be more effective than sending people to jail.
Drunk drivers are a big problem, but is this the cure? This car senses when its driver is drunk too much and releases clouds of smoke to force him out of the car. Great! Now the driver needs to quit drinking and the car needs to quit smoking.
Alcohol-free car. Police hooking car.
And from the days when cars just didn't go very fast, look at this.
An Oregon inventor says by hook, police will catch a crook. The hook locks onto the bad guy's car and brings their crime career to a screeching halt. Tough breaks, fellas.
Inventor's Pageant of 1939.
Here are a few strange things that were shown in an inventor's pageant in 1939. Among them are an automatic dog feeder and an overnight dimple machine.
Ingenuity is the order of the day at the National Inventors Convention in Los Angeles, California. Here you'll see such wonders as the overnight dimple machine and the automatic dog feeder. Or combine both and prepare a delightful dinner for your dimpled Dalmatian.
Look, we're peeling potatoes with no hands.
Finally, potatoes peel themselves thanks to this revolutionary product. Yes, it's another brilliant invention from the makers of the toupee that laughs at itself.
Home invention.
If you can tell me what any of these things are, you can win a free trip to Paris. That's Paris, Texas.
It looks like something's definitely daffy here. It's a duck wearing shoes, and they'd better be waterproof. Talk about foul play. For the soldier who has everything come these foot shoes that allow our fighting men to walk on water. Let's just hope they don't have to duck.
And here's what was on some people's mind in 1935.
What'll they think of next? Here's a combination revolver and movie camera. Stop, or I'll shoot film. And how about this? To discourage false alarms, the Cleveland, Ohio Fire Department tried this. A fire alarm with an alarming feature. It attaches itself to the user's hand. Sorry, kiddo. And ahoy there, here's a giant revolving blade its inventor claims would make the sail obsolete. He was wrong and set sail for bankruptcy court.
Help. Encyclopedia. This encyclopedia cross-references all the information within this title. There are several different ways to find information. If you click the Category button, a list will appear of all available categories. You can either use your mouse to scroll through the list or enter a letter to jump to a specific section. If you select a category, all topics related to that category will appear. Simply select the topic and the information will appear in the reference window. You can also click the word search button and type in the word that you are looking for. The encyclopedia will automatically find the topics that contain either that word or a word with the closest spelling. Select a topic which contains that word, and again, the information will appear in the reference window. By selecting the Copy button, you can copy information into a Windows clipboard. This will allow you to paste the information to another document. You can also print out the information by selecting the Print button. Lab.
Since you've been here before, I think you know what to do.
The biology song. Everything's connected. It could be you.
Bits, of course, it's not alive. Yes, crystals grow, but that does not make them alive. Living things have special orders for them. It's the study of biology. If something's alive, then we can see that it's a part of biology. It could be a fish, a frog, or a mule. It could be a teacher at your school. So how do we know if something's alive? I'll tell you, there are 7 things it needs to survive. If something's alive, then its cells divide because of the actions of the nucleotide. It's not a rock, a stone, or a key. That would be geology. So how do we know if something's alive? There are 7 things it needs to survive. It's got to grow. It's got to move and stay loose. It's got to eat. It's got to reproduce. It's got to respond to stimuli. It's got to breathe or it will die. Now the last one is kind of discreet. If it eats, it's got to excrete. Biology. That's the study of the life we see. Biology. The science of life is biology. Look at all the cells, it's all part of life. DNA, molecules, how do you know if something's alive? There are 7 things it needs to survive. It's got to grow, it's got to move and stay loose. It's got to eat, it's got to reproduce, it's got to respond to stimuli. It's got to breathe or it will die. And the last one, it's a kind of discreet. If it eats, it's got to excrete. Biology. That's the study of you and me. Biology. The science of life is biology. Biology. The study of life that we see. Biology. The science of life is biology. The pigs, the frogs, the moons, and the cats. Everybody there now knows where it's at. Monkeys and dogs and pigs and mules. Roots and geigers and schnappers and pigs. Pudel, geigers and Since you've been here before, I think you know what to do.
The biology song. Everything's connected. It could be you.
Imagine what the world would be if there were no discovery. There'd be no electricity, no radio or no TV. It's true. It could be you. So let's thank all the girls and guys who helped to open up our eyes. It's true. It could be you. It could be you. Our thanks to Daniel Bernoulli, to Madame Pierre Curie, to Leonardo da Vinci, and Julio Marconi. It's true. It could be you. To see something before it's there, it's very, very, very rare. It's true. It could be you. It could be you. Knowledge that you can't resist, then you might be a scientist. So make yourself a little list and form your own hypothesis. It's true. You know it's true. And you. Yes, it's true. It could be you. And me too. That's who. Oh yeah. Since you've been here before, I think you know what to do.
The biology song. Everything's connected. It could.
Ha! What are you doing? I was taking such a beautiful nap. I was having the most wonderful dream. Everything that I saw in my dream was connected to something else. Hey, that's not a bad idea for a tune. Hit it, fellas. Okay, everybody, gather around because I have something very important to tell you that will change the way you see the world you live in. The song I'm about to sing will teach you about everything. And then when everything is detected, then you're going to realize that everything's connected. If you want to write a letter, you just can't guess. You've got to have the right address. Now, Pitts, you know that the universe is where we live. But that's not the address you give. Girls, I think I need a little help this time.
Our galaxy is the Milky Way, lots of stars in a big bouquet. Light and torment are so far away. Tell me more, tell me more, tell me more.
Our solar system is the home of the sun. Life without that would not be any fun. The Earth makes an orbit once a year, protected by the atmosphere. Well, I know it's not expected from the thoughts that you've collected, but everything connected. You can look to the stars, or you can look within, at the universe beneath your skin. Organs and cells are the body's jewels, and they're made of molecules. Take it, girls!
Count the atoms one by one, all the things in God's nature. Hydrogen burning in the sun. Tell me more, tell me more, tell me more.
From batteries to solar cars, to rocket ships among the stars, from wagon wheels to Saturn's rings. Science is a part of everything. And I know it's not expected from the thoughts that you've collected. But everything is connected. Everything, every little bitty thing, everything connected. If something's been rejected because it's not perfected, it should be re-inspected and somehow redirected, cause everything's connected. Since you've been here before, I think you know what to do. Welcome to my laboratory. All you
Whale.
no discovery. There'd be no electricity, no radio, no TV. It's true. It could be you. So let's thank all the girls and guys who helped to open up our eyes. It's true. It could be you. It could be you. Our thanks to Daniel Bernoulli, to Madame Pierre Curie, to Leonardo da Vinci, and Julio Marconi. It's true. It could be you. To see something before it's there. Very, very, very rare. It's true. It could be you. It could be you. Knowledge that you can't resist, then you might be a scientist. So make yourself a little list and form your own hypothesis. It's true. You know it's true. And then the next thing that we see will be a great discovery made by you. Yes, it's true.